300 years in the past, the heavens' decree manifested upon the earth. Numerous hidden realms and dungeons materialized, bringing with them a multitude of formidable monsters, signaling humanity's impending doom. Yet following the initial chaos, the Awakened emerged. These Awakeners wielded formidable skills and ultimately triumphed over the monsters, rescuing the world from imminent destruction. To combat the ongoing threat of monsters, they delved deeper into secret realms to secure wealth and resources. Nations subsequently intensified efforts to nurture Awakeners, aiming for universal awakening by the age of 18. Wang Wei, 3rd year, Class 2, Awakening unsuccessful, no designation assigned. Li Wei, 3rd year, Class 2, Successful Awakening, designation Swordsman. Wang Hao, 3rd year, Class 2, Successful Awakening, designation Craftsman. Awakeners are typically classified into 3 categories based on their roles: combat, support, and creation. The combat category is regarded as the most pragmatic and sought-after profession, whereas the creation category, which lacks combat abilities, is generally deemed the weakest and least favored by many. Li Wei, having awakened as a magic swordsman, smiled proudly, raising his hands to signify his combat classification. On the other hand, Wang Hao realized with disappointment that he had awakened into a support role, prompting tears. Meanwhile, an unknown third individual stood before a towering crystal, their back facing the audience. After the awakening ceremony concluded, the classes were further categorized into 4 ranks: common, rare, hidden, and divine. Among the audience, a student noticed that Jiang Chen, the top student, stood before the crystal. A radiant white light emitted from the crystal, surprising all the other students. The divine rank was the rarest and had not been seen in their city for hundreds of years. It was rumored that when a divine rank profession appeared, it would cause unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth. The students eagerly awaited to see which class Jang Chen would belong to, with some speculating that he might achieve the divine rank, a rarity not witnessed in generations. Jang Chen's awakening had proven successful. The school principal approached Jiang, praising him as an exceptional student and a pillar of the school. The principal had anticipated that Jiang would awaken into a combat class, but he had not expected it to be of divine rank. Continuing to speak, the principal inquired about Jiang's awakened profession. Jiang glanced back at the principal with a look of confusion. Turning to face the principal, Jiang corrected him, stating that he had not awakened into a combat class. The principal, looking shocked, speculated that Jiang might be a support class instead. However, a green aura began to glow around Jiang as he explained that he had awakened into the creation class, a divine rank spiritual cultivator. Raising both hands, Jiang demonstrated his abilities by creating plants. His talents enabled him to accelerate the growth of flowers, grass, and small animals. The principal stood with his mouth agape, shocked by Jiang's revelation of possessing divine power. He thought to himself that this was troublesome. Even though it was a divine rank, the creation class lacked combat abilities and seemed useless in that regard. The unidentified man standing beside the principal reassured Jiang, advising him not to be discouraged. If Jiang couldn't fight, at least he would be safe. Spiritual cultivators were highly valued in research fields, and being a divine rank added significant prestige. The principal regretted that the promised recommendation for Jiang was no longer feasible, but suggested that if Jiang pursued research, his teacher might be able to provide a recommendation letter instead. Jiang locked eyes with the principal and expressed gratitude for the information, mentioning that he would consider it. Stepping back from the principal and teacher, Jiang indicated that he had other matters to attend to and suggested that if his teachers had no further instructions, he would leave the room first. As Jiang walked away, students in the audience laughed at him. One student with brown hair couldn't believe Jiang's awakening was so weak. This student had assumed Jiang would awaken into a divine combat class, but instead, Jiang was revealed to have a creation class. Another student, covering his mouth with his hand, smirked and remarked on life's unpredictable nature. They had all assumed Jiang would awaken into a combat class, but now it seemed futile, even if he excelled in all subjects. As Jiang passed by his peers, he could hear them murmuring about how he had been treated like royalty since arriving at the school. Now, They were curious to see how long he could keep up the facade. Another student laughed at Jiang, commenting that no matter how hard Jiang worked, he would only ever be a creation class. Meanwhile, Lin, the school beauty who had consistently ranked second, had awakened to a hidden rank in the combat class. Jiang looked down with a smirk on his face, finding the other students' words harsh. He hadn't realized that awakening as a creation class would change things so drastically, but he understood that in this life, strength was paramount. Raising his hand, Jiang pondered what was wrong with being a creation class. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have completed your profession awakening, awakened profession, spiritual cultivator, divine rank. The opening condition of the Zerg natural disaster system has been met. The initial mother insect has been unlocked. Enable the system to summon mother insects. With a piercing purple aura in his eyes, Jiang concluded that this power aligned perfectly with his system. Jang Chen was reincarnated into a world of awakeners following his death. After the end of the Dark Era, dungeons and monsters filled the world, establishing a new era where strength was revered above all else. Born as an orphan, Jiang knew survival in this world required rigorous training and study every day until he reached the age of 18. He believed he had to rely solely on himself to make a living. Unexpectedly, Jiang awakened a system a month ago. A notification appeared, indicating that after his awakening, Jiang would be bound to the Zerg system and must complete the awakening as soon as possible. The system would be fully accessible upon successful awakening. During the Dark Era, the insect race had inflicted severe damage upon mankind, proving to be an immensely powerful adversary. Jiang learned that during the last natural disaster, 9 out of the 12 human kings had sacrificed themselves to seal the threat. In this world, strength was paramount. To Jiang, achieving power mattered more than the source, even if it meant embracing the Zerg system. With a determined gaze, Jiang activated the system. Instantly, he was transported to another realm, finding himself standing atop water. Shielding his eyes from the intense radiance with a finger to his forehead, Jiang realized that he was in his sea of consciousness. To his surprise, he found himself standing before a colossal tree glowing with white light. Further notifications appeared. Professional talent. All things evolve. Requires sacrifice. Can be activated once every 10 days and used once per target. Fruits of all things. By sacrificing, you can accumulate fruit growth progress and randomly obtain special fruits. Accelerate growth. Accelerates the growth rate of creatures, currently increased by 10%. Mainly used for accelerating creature growth. Cooldown of 8 hours after use. Jiang absorbed this information, contemplating the newfound abilities at his disposal within his sea of consciousness. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Jiang couldn't help but smile at the system's proactive analysis of his professional talents. While these talents lacked direct combat abilities, it appeared each one could benefit his Zerg system in unique ways. Another notification appeared, indicating that system detection was complete. Jiang was now able to begin summoning mother insects. Without hesitation, Jiang initiated the summoning process. A powerful purple aura materialized before him. Another notification followed. Summoning successful. Jiang has summoned the natural disaster level mother insect known as 9 miasma wings. Jiang observed the manifestation of 9 miasma wings with a mix of curiosity and determination, eager to explore the capabilities of this summoned creature. Notification. Mother insect, 9 miasma wings, Lord of Death from the Abyss. This creature once served as a natural disaster, triggering a catastrophic event that devastated the world before vanishing in the Third Era. The current devouring value of the mother insect is 0%, and mother insect intimacy is at 100%. Please complete the devouring process, breed offspring swarms, and unlock skills as soon as possible. Facing the massive mother insect, Jiang couldn't help but marvel at its size. The insect referred to itself as Little Nine and expressed fondness for its master. Little Nine declared hunger and eagerness to consume. Thanks to Jiang's talent, the current growth rate had been boosted by 10%. Jiang suggested that there was no need for sacrifices and proceeded with the upgrade immediately. It became apparent that the mother insect needed to feed to level up. A challenging prospect, Jiang realized. A green tornado erupted in front of Jiang, and he couldn't help but be surprised by the powerful aura emanating from the insect. Suddenly, piercing purple eyes locked with Jiang's gaze. With a demonic aura and intense stare, the giant insect transformed into a human. Another notification sounded. Congratulations, 9 miasma wings have completed the life transition and been upgraded. Gain new abilities, feed, shares, 10 times the experience with the host. Poison mist, transforms into poison mist that corrodes everything. Sharing increases all host attributes by 20%. The now human Little Nine evolved and embraced Jiang. Blushing, Jiang realized that Little Nine had indeed evolved into a human form. The talent of the spiritual cultivator could accelerate the devouring growth of the mother insect, and the experience gained from the mother insect's feed could hasten Jiang's own upgrades. Additionally, increasing all attributes by 20% would enhance combat prowess. Jiang smiled, realizing that his profession was a perfect fit for this system. Who needed a combat class now? With a smile, Jiang rested his hand on 9 miasma head. It appeared that by swiftly killing and devouring monsters, Jiang could soon amass an army of Zerg creatures. However, a recent system notification mentioned something unsettling about the Zerg, related to the Abyss and the catastrophic event of world destruction. The incomplete information indicated that this ability must be kept hidden at all costs. If discovered, it could lead to Jiang's demise. In response, Jiang decided to use his identity as a creation profession and the skills of 9 miasma wings as a cover while he devoured monsters to increase his strength. However, hiding was not Jiang's preferred approach. He desired to become strong enough to proudly display his abilities to others. Pondering over these thoughts, Jiang gazed at the tree, contemplating his path forward. Suddenly, the calm water beneath his feet began to churn aggressively. Little Nine leapt into the air, floating with a menacing glare as she sensed a nearby threat. Jiang's eyes widened as a towering figure appeared before him. The man addressed Jiang, asking if the awakening phenomenon witnessed throughout the city could be attributed to Jiang. Beads of sweat formed on Jiang's face as he looked shocked at the figure standing before him. He concluded that this person was at least a master level or above. Jiang wondered why this man was seeking him out. Students gathered around Jiang and the unknown figure. This unknown man has such a strong aura. It can be felt even from this far away. Intense discussion erupted amongst the students. Jiang couldn't help wonder the level of his mana is at. The students began to speculate that this man is here for Jang Chen. There might be some kind of conflict as chatter filled the air. Jiang locked eyes with the man who he regarded him as uncle. This uncle has been continuously exerting pressure on him since earlier. He is exerting pressure, yet remaining silent. Jiang wondered whether the uncle was testing him as Jiang stared back at the man. Suddenly, Little Nine, licking her finger, informed Jiang, the uncle in front of them poses a threat to Jiang, and Little Nine is quite tempted to devour him. Jiang, sensing the blood thirst from Little Nine, thought this isn't good. A notification popped up. The mother insect senses that the target poses a threat to the host. The current target can provide a high level of devouring value. The mother insect is about to begin devouring the target. Suddenly, a wave of purple aura enveloped the area as the nearby students held their arms to shield their faces. Little Nine sensed the man as a threat, and now it's about to initiate an aggressive attack. The students were unable to withstand such a cold and ominous aura as they took a step back. With a sharp purple aura emitting from Jiang's left eye, he deduced that when the devouring value is too low, the mother insect becomes even more aggressive. Jiang needed to quickly find some monster for Little Nine to devour. The uncle smiled at Jiang's pressure. He came to the realization that this was the uncle's intention. He wanted to test Jiang's strength with his pressure, but it unintentionally triggered the mother insect. But fortunately, the system message stated he had temporarily suppressed the mother insect. The current devouring value of the mother insect is too low. Please start the devouring and breeding of the mother insect as soon as possible. Devouring value, 0 to 10,000. Jiang can still suppress the mother insect he thought tonight. Finally, the unknown man spoke, praising Jiang for completing his awakening and is able to withstand his pressure and even counterattack. The man continued to say that Jiang is truly worthy of a divine rank awakened and his future is limitless. The students around Jiang were surprised by Jiang's immense aura. Relieved that no one had noticed his select power, Jiang inquired who he was. The man introduced himself as Ji Gang, the leader of the Night Watch. Ji Gang didn't waste anything, and admiring Jiang's strength, he proposed if Jiang would consider joining the Night Watch, as he stretched his hand out to Jiang. Surprised by Ji Gang's proposal, Jiang understood that the Night Watch organization specifically tasked by Great Xia to resist demons and beast tides. Whenever there's a beast tide or a new secret realm or dungeon is generated, the Night Watch is the first to investigate or directly eliminate them. Due to constant fighting on the front lines, the mortality rate of the Night Watch is extraordinarily high, and most people avoid it. However, it was different for Jiang. The mother insect needs to continuously devour the flesh and blood of monsters to accumulate devouring value and reproduce offsprings. Jiang currently in need of opportunities to face large monsters, and once the devouring value is full, the mother insect will start to reproduce, and who knows how much commotion it will cause. The wilderness is a good place for the breeding of the mother insect. As long as he joins the Night Watch, whether it's devouring or breeding, the risks posed by them can be easily dealt with. From this point of view, the Night Watch organization is extremely suitable for him. Ji Gang stated that student might have heard some rumors about the Night Watch, but those are all outdated. The surrounding students, overhearing their conversation, muttered how the Night Watch has a high mortality rate. Most people wouldn't go there, let alone Jang Chen. Ji Gang continued, if Jiang is willing to join them, he will receive comprehensive training, and as divine rank, his resources will be unlimited. Jiang without hesitation shook Ji Gang's hand, accepting his offer. Ji Gang was surprised by how Jiang accepted his proposal so swiftly. Jiang, closing his eyes, confessed that he had some business to attend to today. He could sense that Little Nine was unhappy with the turn of events, as she is hungry and wanted to eat Ji Gang. As Jiang departed, he turned his face slightly to Ji Gang and stated that he will report to the Night Watch after 3 days. Jiang swiftly took off, taking to the air. Ji Gang, still surprised, contemplated that convincing Jiang would have been more complicated and hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. He pondered what hidden profession Jiang had, as he forgot. Turning his head, 2 figures came in Ji Gang's field of view. It was the 8 elder from the Martial Arts Academy. The elderly man was here to snatch Jiang to join their organization. However, Ji Gang stated that he was too late. The elderly man, ignoring Ji Gang's comment, inquired where the guy with divine rank creation class. Confused, Ji Gang locked eyes with the elderly man, asked what he meant by creation class. The elderly man, with a puzzled face, inquired whether Ji Gang is planning on letting a divine rank awakened of the creation category to join the Night Watch, just to let him die. Coming to the realization, Ji Gang asked what divine rank creation class is. In the middle of the street, a portal appeared as many of the residents gathered. The cause of the phenomenon in the main city was the cause of some individual. 3 individuals were conversing with each other. The older man rubbed the back of his head as he smiled because he was the cause for the portal to appear. Next to him was a purple-haired woman who seems to be scolding Uncle Wang. She asked him to lower his voice, or he might die if someone comes looking for trouble. Uncle Wang laughed, suggesting that his mouth is always running. The third individual with brunette hair casually smiled at them both, with both hands clasped behind her back. Jiang arrived at the scene, easing the tension between the 2 individuals. Smiling at them, Jiang stated that Uncle Wang did nothing wrong. Uncle Wang, directing his gaze at Jiang, suggested that even though the creation category can't fight, companies that cultivate spiritual plants need people of the creation category. If Jiang's parents were still alive, they would be proud of Jiang. Jiang smiled back at Uncle Wang, thanking him for the support of everyone in the building. He definitely wouldn't forget Uncle Wang in the future. Changing the topic, Uncle Wang praised Jiang for coming today, as Uncle Wang's party was just about to go to a beginner-level secret realm to get some equipment. Uncle Wang asked Jiang if he would like to join them and level up together. Jiang accepted the offer. As they entered the portal, a message popped up stating that Jiang had completed the team formation. The system notified Jiang that he had entered the secret realm. Stepping out of the portal, Jiang couldn't help but marvel at the interior of the secret realm. Blue flames flickered across the corridor. As they continued to walk, the system stated that they had entered the undead zone. The secret realm guarantees a 100% drop rate of items and equipment. Experience points will be calculated after the secret realm is completed. Exiting voluntarily midway is equivalent to forfeiting experience and equipment. Uncle Wang was surprised to see undead soldiers and contemplated why the secret realm system matched them with a dungeon of this rank. Jiang pondered, and also concluded that this dungeon is not going to be as easy to deal with. Xiao, behind Uncle Wang, wondered whether it was because of Jiang, because he is a divine rank awakened. In order to balance it out, the celestial system matched them with a higher level in the secret realm. However, Uncle Wang chimed in, noting that Jiang is of the creation category. Seeing the undead, the brunette woman suggested that they turn back. However, Uncle Wang dismissed that notion. He knew that they don't come across secret realms of this rank every day. How would they know the true strength of the undead if they didn't try? He reaffirmed that this time they might get lucky because of Jiang and get some great equipment drops as he equipped his great sword. The undead soldiers roared in unison as they charged towards the group. Swinging his great sword, Uncle Wang jumped in the air as he prepared to attack the undead. As the swung his sword, he asked that Jiang stand back, as the undead soldiers are more dangerous than an average C-rank monster. Once the path is clear, they can advance toward the core of the dungeon. Slicing an undead soldier in half, Uncle Wang urged Xiao to enhance his talent. Understanding Uncle Wang's request, Jiang Chen clasped her hands together, murmuring an incantation. A blue aura radiated from her hands as Uncle Wang's talents were enhanced. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Wang sliced through multiple undead soldiers. Jiang, dropping back, observed Uncle Wang and the others fighting the undead soldiers and wondered how they managed to survive. Every time they finish a dungeon, they always come back covered in wounds. Even so, Xiao has always supported him. Jiang even heard that Xiao had become an adventurer because she was forced to do so in order to cure her brother's eyes. Jiang needed to get stronger quickly, and when he makes money, he can properly thank them for supporting him. Little Nine, observing the scenes, inquired, "There are so many monsters and blood here, she wanted to devour them." Looking at the undead corpses, Jiang smiled, noting that Little Nine had already sensed it. Little Nine materialized behind him with a devilish grin. Sensing Little Nine's hunger, Jiang wanted to test some of Little Nine's ability. Little Nine's first ability is Poison Barrier Level 1. The ability is Corrosion. Jiang lifting his hand as black-purple mist materialized in the palm of his hand. Jiang released Little Nine as she jumped on the undead corpses. The monster corpses were corroded the moment they made contact. Little Nine's poison mist is so powerful. However, the level of the monsters is too low, causing the growth rate to be slow. It seems they need to devour more monsters. As Little Nine's mist devoured the corpses, Jiang looked back at the others. Uncle Wang and the other two are truly partners who have been teaming up for years. In such a short time, they've already advanced to the depths of the dungeon. Since the poison mist is an area of effect skill, and even though Jiang cannot control it precisely yet, there might be accidental injuries. Then, Jiang should just follow behind and deal with these monster corpses. Suddenly, a mini version of Little Nine materialized on Jiang's shoulder, prompting him to look in the direction she was pointing. It seems Little Nine sensed fresh blood. Turning to the direction Little Nine was pointing, Jiang could see new undead rising. These undead rising were different from the others his team had killed. It was a shadow lurker with high stats, lurking in the shadows to hunt down weaker stragglers. However, in terms of attributes, these monsters were completely inferior to Jiang, who has the attribute enhancement from the United skill. Wanting to test his skills, Jiang stretched out his hand. "Little Nine, transform into poisonous mist," he commanded, and she followed him. The shadow lurker swiftly moved towards Jiang, who stood still as dark purple mist formed around him. Jiang readied himself and jumped towards the shadow lurker, quickly closing the gap. He tagged the shadow lurker with his poison mist. The shadow lurkers looked surprised as purple mist started to envelop them. Jiang raising his hand where the purple mist floated around, then clenched it into a fist, and then the shadow lurker were instantly devoured by Little Nine. Numerous system message popped up, stating that Jiang's stats have gone up by +50. Sure enough, these monsters are no match for him, and the devouring value also increases faster in this way. Little Nine sensed more shadow lurkers appearing. There are actually so many monsters hidden in this dungeon. Jiang suddenly felt worried about Uncle Wang and the others. Smiling, Jiang asked Little Nine to handle the undead. Little Nine's form started to materialize with a sharp, menacing look. A few minutes later, Jiang arrived at Uncle Wang's location along with others. As he approached, he noticed that Uncle Wang was badly injured, facing a group of monsters. Uncle Wang wielded his great sword with both hands, his back pressed against Xiao's back. Xiao extended her arms towards the monsters, poised to utilize her abilities for defense against the impending attack. As the monsters closed in on Uncle Wang and Xiao, moving swiftly to attack, Uncle Wang's blood dripped onto his face. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and locked eyes with the advancing monsters. He explained to Xiao that each encounter with the monsters seemed to grow more challenging, emphasizing the increasing difficulty in defeating them. Realizing the dire situation, Uncle Wang acknowledged that they couldn't survive if they persisted at this rate. He turned to Xiao and instructed her to locate Jiang and evacuate immediately. Perplexed, Xiao looked at him and asked for clarification. In that moment of distraction, an undead soldier seized the opportunity, swiftly advancing toward Uncle Wang with the intent to attack by surprise. Uncle Wang gripped the sword with one hand and glanced aside, sensing the presence of the undead soldier. Perplexed by the unfolding events, he swiftly redirected his attention toward the monster. As he observed the sword swiftly approaching his head, he clenched his teeth tightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that critical moment, Jiang emerged and swiftly intervened. He extended his hand towards the monster and employed Little Nine's poisonous mist ability. The mist enveloped the undead soldier, gradually corroding its body and causing it to disintegrate. As Uncle Wang witnessed this unexpected turn of events, he was both surprised and perplexed, observing the soldier's body vanish before his eyes. Uncle Wang felt a sense of bewilderment as he wondered what was unfolding. Suddenly, Jiang's voice broke through the chaos, asking if Uncle Wang and the others were all right. Startled, Uncle Wang turned his head and saw Jiang approaching. His expression tightened as he remained silent. Jiang extended his hand to the side and deployed Little Nine's poisonous mist, infecting the undead soldiers and eradicating them one by one as he neared Uncle Wang and the group. As the undead soldiers gradually dissolved from the effects of the poisonous mist, Uncle Wang shifted his focus towards Jiang. Holding his sword with one hand, Uncle Wang fixed his gaze on Jiang and inquired how a creation class, awakened individual like him, could accomplish such feats. Jiang halted before Uncle Wang, exuding a powerful aura. He turned towards him with a smile and explained that he possessed a hidden ability known as poisonous mist. With a calm demeanor, Jiang mentioned this and then extended his hand to release Little Nine's poisonous mist once more. Concerned for Uncle Wang's injury, Jiang instructed Xiao to assist him in quickly transporting Uncle Wang to the portal of the secret realm. Jiang assured them that he intended to stay behind to provide cover for their escape. His declaration left everyone speechless. Uncle Wang's expression shifted to one of surprise as he gazed at Jiang, expressing concern over the danger despite Jiang's divine class abilities. Xiao, also taken aback, urged Jiang to join them instead of remaining behind to confront the undead soldiers. As they conversed, the brunette girl brought her hand to her mouth and fell silent, her expression reflecting uncertainty. Jiang turned away from them, his body radiating a powerful aura. He glanced back slightly and reassured Uncle Wang not to worry, confident that he could handle the situation. With that, Jiang turned away from Uncle Wang and the others, his energy intensifying as he advanced towards the monsters. At that moment, a notification from the system informed everyone that the boss of the secret realm was being summoned, triggered by the number of people meeting the requirements on the final level. As Uncle Wang watched Jiang move away towards the monsters, preparing to intervene, Xiao interjected before he could voice his concern. She turned towards Uncle Wang and reminded him that Jiang was not reckless, urging him to place trust in Jiang. After careful consideration, Uncle Wang chose to trust Jiang. He tossed the sword to Jiang, instructing him to remember to return it later. Jiang caught the sword and reassured Uncle Wang, promising to return it without fail. The sword in question was the Novice Conqueror's sword, boasting 25 speed points, 30 strength points, and a 2% attack speed bonus. Additionally, it featured an already active passive ability. Jiang examined the sword closely, his gaze fixed on the monsters with determination. With Uncle Wang's sword in hand, Jiang saw an opportunity to enhance the attack range of the Poisonous Mist ability. This development filled him with optimism and determination. Jiang activated the Poisonous Mist ability, causing it to slowly emerge on the blade of his sword. The undead soldiers surged forward, aiming to attack Jiang. However, with remarkable speed, Jiang swiftly evaded their strikes. Using Uncle Wang's sword, Jiang expertly sliced through the monsters, infecting them with the poisonous mist as he dispatched them into pieces. The monsters posed no challenge to Jiang, who was renowned as the top swordsman in the entire school. As Jiang focused on battling the undead soldiers, a much stronger monster suddenly gained momentum, charging towards him at high speed. This formidable monster unsheathed its sword and cautiously closed in on Jiang, poised to launch a surprise attack. Initially unaware of the impending attack, Jiang swiftly turned his head to see the monster charging towards him at great speed. With quick reflexes, Jiang gathered momentum and executed a powerful leap, evading the monster's strike. The force of the monster's attack was so immense that it shattered the ground into pieces where Jiang had stood moments before. Witnessing Jiang dodge its initial attack, the monster glared at him with a murderous gaze, tightening its grip on the sword. As Jiang was airborne, the monster launched another attack. Fortunately, Jiang was able to block the attack just in time with Uncle Wang's sword. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the monster's strike, the sword lent to Jiang by Uncle Wang shattered into two halves, causing Jiang to be thrown backward from the impact. Swiftly, Jiang planted his feet on the ground, halting his momentum. He glanced to the side and was surprised to see that Uncle Wang's sword had shattered. The boss's strength exceeded Jiang's expectations. More concerned about the broken sword than the formidable boss, Jiang fretted over how to explain the situation to Uncle Wang. The boss of the secret realm was known as the Undead King, a formidable opponent at level 15. With sword in hand, the Undead King fixed a murderous gaze on Jiang. Suddenly, the Undead King's body began to vibrate, and in an instant, it reappeared behind Jiang, poised to launch a devastating attack. Upon sensing the Undead King's sudden movement, Jiang felt a wave of terror and questioned how the boss had achieved such incredible speed. With determination in his eyes, Jiang locked his gaze on the Undead King and summoned Little Nine for assistance. Just as the Undead King's sword was about to strike Jiang, Little Nine materialized and seized hold of the blade, intercepting the attack. Little Nine fixed her gaze on the Undead King and inquired of Jiang if she could eliminate him. Jiang responded affirmatively without hesitation. Delighted by this permission, Little Nine swiftly shattered the blade of the Undead King's sword with her bare hand. She extended her arms outward, her body emanating a potent energy that radiated in all directions. Upon witnessing the destruction of its sword, the Undead King grew wary. Deprived of its weapon, the Undead King opted to attack with its fists, seizing the opportunity presented by Little Nine's distraction. It swiftly advanced toward her, intending to catch her off guard. Suddenly, Little Nine's eyes snapped open, and her body underwent a dramatic transformation. With a determined glare, Little Nine locked eyes with the Undead King and deployed her tentacles in self-defense. Taking an offensive stance, she launched a barrage of attacks against the Undead King, using her sharp tentacles, each strike as deadly as a sword. Gradually, her powerful tentacles began to dismantle the body of the Undead King. She began by severing the left arm of the Undead King, followed swiftly by the right arm. Little Nine impaled her tentacle into the head of the Undead King, causing the boss's body to collapse to the ground. Holding the head of the Undead King in her hand, Little Nine's body radiated with powerful energy as she approached Jiang. Witnessing Little Nine's impressive display of power, Jiang couldn't help but smile in amazement. He marveled at how calm Little Nine remained in the face of such a formidable secret realm boss. Jiang anticipated that defeating the boss would prompt the portal to open. As Little Nine approached Jiang, an energy crystal materialized in front of him. As Jiang gazed at the crystal, he pondered its purpose and origin. The energy crystal ascended into the sky, gradually drawing magic from the corpses of the defeated monsters. Jiang watched in amazement as this process unfolded before him. After several seconds, the energy crystal emitted a brilliant glow, summoning a colossal monster into existence. The monstrous entity that emerged was known as the Undead Tyrant, towering over Little Nine and Jiang by 20 times their size. Fixing a menacing gaze upon them, the Undead Tyrant directed its attention towards Jiang and Little Nine. Jiang, observing the transformation of the energy crystal into this colossal creature, began to speculate whether the energy crystal itself was the true boss of the secret realm. Jiang swiftly turned his head, gritting his teeth, and commanded Little Nine to target and destroy the energy crystal within the Undead Tyrant. As the monstrous creature fixated its gaze on Jiang, it let out a deafening roar. The Undead Tyrant swung a mace at Little Nine, but with remarkable agility, she leaped off the wall, narrowly evading the attack. Having evaded the initial attack, the Undead Tyrant readied itself to strike again. It lunged at Little Nine once more, but she swiftly leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. As a result, the monster's mace slammed into the ground, shattering it into pieces while Little Nine remained airborne. With a fierce expression, Little Nine fixed her intense gaze on the Undead Tyrant and extended her hands, sending sharp tentacles swiftly toward it. Despite her relentless assault, the boss effortlessly dodged every attack as if it were nothing. Jiang was astonished to see the massive Undead Tyrant move with such incredible speed. Gritting his teeth, Jiang contemplated a strategy. Surveying the ground, he noticed several plants scattered among the debris. Seeing this opportunity, Jiang decided to leverage his divine creation class known as Spiritual Master. Focusing intently on the plants, he realized he had only one opportunity to execute his plan. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Jiang acknowledged the incredible speed and power of the Undead Tyrant's attacks. As the monstrous creature lifted its mace from the ground and prepared to strike, Jiang likened it to a rampaging bull beyond control. However, he recognized this frenzy as a potential weakness. Meanwhile, Little Nine attempted to assail the Undead Tyrant with her sharp tentacles, but the creature countered by spinning its body at high speed, effortlessly evading her attacks and gaining momentum. Advancing rapidly, the Undead Tyrant closed in on Jiang. Within moments, it launched itself into a mighty leap. Jiang raised his gaze toward the approaching creature, realizing the impending danger. He had sensed it before. There were numerous hidden passages beneath the ground. As the Undead Tyrant soared through the air, it seized its mace with both hands, swiftly closing the distance toward Jiang. As the Undead Tyrant closed in for an attack, Jiang observed its gradual approach. Waiting for the opportune moment, he prepared to employ his talent to halt its advance. When the Undead Tyrant drew near enough, Jiang focused intently, determining that the time was right. Extending his hand toward the ground, a green symbol materialized in his palm. Harnessing his talent, Jiang summoned the concealed spiritual roots from beneath the ground. With his gaze fixed upon the Undead Tyrant, he directed his hand towards it with determination. In mere moments, 4 spiritual roots emerged from the earth, lancing toward the Undead Tyrant. Piercing its body, the roots ensnared the creature in mid-air, immobilizing it completely. With his hand outstretched and his body enveloped in a potent aura, Jiang directed his attention to Little Nine, signaling that it was her moment to act. Swiftly, Little Nine approached the Undead Tyrant, her hand landing on its head, while her other hand readied her claws. Fixing the creature with a deadly glare, she affirmed her understanding to Jiang with a resolute, "Understood, Master." As Little Nine prepared to strike, the Undead Tyrant's expression shifted dramatically, sensing impending danger. Despite its attempts to defend itself, it proved futile. In a swift motion, Little Nine surged forward, her sharp claws and tentacles slashing through the air. With precision, she pierced the creature's body, cleaving it in half and obliterating the spiritual roots in the process. Within moments, the lifeless form of the Undead Tyrant crumpled to the ground. "Jiang, with his hands still raised towards the sky, maintained control over both the spiritual roots and the tyrant's corpse. A sense of pride swelled within him at his victory over the formidable foe. Knowing that his ability was reliable, Jiang felt reassured that he could continue to be a formidable force in battles as long as he utilized his skills effectively. Lost in contemplation, Jiang was interrupted by a system notification indicating that the growth acceleration was now on an 8-hour cooldown. Consequently, the spiritual roots began to diminish gradually. Moments later, the core materialized from the undead tyrant's corpse. Recognizing its significance, Jiang swiftly resolved to destroy it without delay. In a swift motion, Jiang intercepted the core before it could escape, seizing it firmly in his grasp. With determination, he clenched his fist tightly, causing the core to fracture into pieces. As the shards descended to the earth, Jiang fixed his gaze upon his clenched fist, harboring a resolute expression as he contemplated that this marked the conclusion. Amidst the aftermath, a flurry of system notifications cascaded, heralding Jiang's triumph in clearing the C-rank secret realm known as the Temple of the Undead. Swiftly, the system computed his contributions, culminating in the successful generation of the secret realm score. Despite starting at level 0 and bearing the class of Spiritual Master, Jang Chen achieved an impressive S rating in this secret realm. Wang Ye, a level 12 swordsman, secured a B rating, while Liu Yang, a level 11 warlock, achieved an A rating. Yi Qian, a level 10 boxer, also earned a B rating. As the heavenly system commenced the computation of team rewards, a window materialized before Jiang, signaling the forthcoming rewards. After a brief pause, the system completed the generation of team rewards, prolonging the window's appearance. Jiang was presented with several weapon options to consider. The first was a dagger, followed by a scepter, then a heavy axe, a lighter axe, and finally a hammer. As the spiritual root gradually receded into the ground, Jiang found himself gazing at the system window, lost in contemplation for several moments. He reached into the system window and selected the dagger. As he retrieved the weapon, its statistics became visible. It was Edmu's swift dagger, ranked D, providing the user with 50 attack points and a 5% speed bonus. The dagger was associated with swords and offered 2 professional attributes. Inspecting the blade with one hand, Jiang found it satisfactory and resolved to offer it as recompense for Uncle Wang. His gaze shifted to the array of equipment displayed in the system window. It dawned on him quickly that all the gear catered to combat needs. Uncertain if there was anything tailored for creation classes, Jiang leaned closer to the system window. He reached in and began scrutinizing the attributes of each item. Opting for the hammer, he extracted it from the system, but upon lifting it, the weight caused it to slip from his grasp, thudding heavily onto the ground. The hammer, dubbed Call of the King, bestowed upon the user a formidable 100 strength points, albeit at the cost of deducting 100 agility points due to its heft. Its unique attribute allowed for a 10% chance to trigger critical damage amplified 5-fold. As Jiang struggled to hoist the hammer, he sensed a novel feeling creeping over him. A notification popped up, indicating that he was receiving experience points as a reward. Jiang swiftly comprehended that the system was granting him the experience gained from the secret realm. Despite the hammer's weight, Jiang felt the newfound experience gradually empowering him to lift it. In mere moments, he effortlessly hoisted the hammer, as if it weighed nothing. Another notification from the system revealed that the United ability was activated, boosting all of Jiang's attributes by 20%. Surrounded by a potent aura, he held the hammer in one hand while casually slipping the other into his pocket, his gaze fixed on the hammer. Benefiting from the passive ability of the Insect Mother, he had ascended to level 6, enhancing the potency of the United effect. With each level gained, he noticed a marked improvement in his physical combat prowess. Lost in contemplation, Jiang was drawn back to the present as Little Nine tugged at his shirt, demanding his attention. Jiang's reverie was interrupted by Little Nine's voice. She gestured towards the system window, inquiring if she could consume all the rewards. Setting the hammer down, Jiang met her gaze, contemplating her request for a moment. Turning towards her, Jiang explained that the equipment wasn't edible for Little Nine. It was meant for Uncle Wang and the others to trade for money. He warned her that eating it would give her a stomachache. Little Nine, upon hearing this, dropped one hand behind her back and touched her lips with the other, her expression shifting to one of sadness as she looked at Jiang. Turning her body towards the undead tyrant's corpse, Little Nine inquired if she could consume it. Jiang realized he had overlooked the value of devouring the remains of the boss. Surrounded by a potent aura, he nodded and granted Little Nine permission to devour it, recognizing that it rightfully belonged to her. Little Nine wasted no time in approaching the colossal corpse of the undead tyrant. Observing its immense size, Jiang couldn't help but wonder if the boss was perhaps too large. Considering its bulk, he speculated that it might take Little Nine quite some time to corrode it using her poisonous mist. Little Nine stretched her arms wide, closed her eyes, and informed Jiang that she was about to feast. Instantly, her body began to tremble, reverting to her natural state within moments. Once transformed, she fixed the undead tyrant's corpse with an intense, predatory stare, her mouth opening as she moved closer to it. Despite the colossal size of the undead tyrant's corpse, it appeared minuscule compared to the mother insect's natural form. Jiang watched in awe as she reverted to her original state to consume the corpse, a sight that filled him with dread. With her mouth agape, she charged toward the boss's remains, emitting a series of ferocious roars as she approached. As Little Nine devoured the corpse, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. Jiang seized the opportunity to retrieve all the equipment from the system window. With one hand clutching the hammer, he shielded his face from the wind generated by Little Nine's roaring. Although the noise was deafening, they were fortunate to be within the confines of the secret realm. Had this occurred in the bustling main city, their actions would have undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention, regardless of their efforts to conceal themselves. Upon finishing the feast, a system notification emerged, awarding Jiang with 400 devouring points. As he shielded his face with his arm, Jiang noticed that the devouring value was escalating at a rapid pace. As anticipated, the boss's meat indeed held unique value. Jiang understood that consuming more boss-type monsters was imperative to boost the devouring value further. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly alerted by approaching footsteps. Swiveling around, he gritted his teeth upon realizing that Uncle Wang and the others were drawing near, likely drawn by the commotion caused by Little Nine. With the devouring value standing at 8,876 points, Jiang approached Little Nine and urged her to revert to her other form swiftly. Little Nine's smile faded slightly as she complied with his request, a hint of regret in her expression. Jiang felt a pang of disappointment knowing that the devouring value was tantalizingly close to being maxed out. Within moments, Uncle Wang and the others reached their location. As Uncle Wang noticed the equipment scattered on the ground, he understood that Jiang had successfully completed the level. Jiang clarified to Uncle Wang the situation with his broken sword, presenting him with the dagger as compensation. Uncle Wang accepted the dagger readily, acknowledging its rarity. He assured Jiang that he wouldn't hold him responsible for the damage to his equipment. Approaching Jiang, Uncle Wang revealed that the necklace was another valuable item, worth a considerable sum if sold. Ye Qian, intrigued, inquired how Jiang had managed to defeat the boss single-handedly. Jiang scratched his head sheepishly and explained that his poison appeared to have a particularly potent effect on formidable monsters like the boss. With a solemn expression, Jiang directed his gaze downwards. The secret realm had been thoroughly conquered, but once a secret realm was cleared, it wouldn't reset. Acquiring the devouring value from another boss would be crucial to kick-starting the insect swarm breeding. If Jiang aimed to encounter a new boss, his only option was to venture into the desert. Observing Jiang, Uncle Wang expressed regret that Jiang was destined for the research department. Despite not even reaching level 1, he had already vanquished a boss monster, suggesting significant potential for strength once he leveled up. After sharing his thoughts, Uncle Wang inquired about Jiang's future plans. Turning towards Uncle Wang, Jiang smiled and revealed that he hadn't mentioned it earlier to avoid causing worry. In truth, he had decided to join the Night's Watch. Surprised, Uncle Wang sought confirmation, questioning Jiang's sincerity in his decision. Jiang nodded, affirming his intention to join the Night's Watch. Jiang disclosed his plan to depart for the Night's Watch in 3 days' time. Before his departure, he aimed to boost his level, intending to venture into the wilderness for further leveling. Uncle Wang's astonishment was evident, while Ye Qian reacted with disbelief, her hand covering her mouth at the thought of Jiang embarking on such a perilous endeavor. As Liu Yang extended her hand towards him, her expression grave with concern, Jiang interrupted her, his fist clenched tightly. In response, Little Nine's poisonous mist began to emanate from the palm of his hand, a silent testament to his determination. Assuring Liu Yang not to worry about him, Jiang expressed confidence in his abilities and urged them to focus their concerns on the looming threat of the monsters. Later that day, Jiang boarded the train, arriving at the city's outskirts a few hours later. Prompted by the conductor, those bound for the wilderness disembarked the train. Stepping off the train, Jiang wrapped himself in a cloak to blend into the crowd, keen on avoiding undue attention. Pausing to survey his surroundings, his gaze fixed on a bustling bridge teeming with awakeners. Since awakening the system, Jiang found his appetite strangely heightened. What astonished him even more was that despite its instability, his devouring value exhibited a slight uptick with each meal. As Jiang nibbled on a loaf of bread, his devouring value incremented by 2 points. Little Nine materialized beside him, grimacing at the bread as she commented on its lack of flavor. Determined to find her something more palatable, Jiang resolved to seek out a suitable meal for Little Nine. With a gesture, he conjured a map and unfolded it before Little Nine. The generosity of Uncle Wang surprised him. Not only had he provided the map, but also a crucial storage ring and additional guidance upon learning of Jiang's journey to the desert. These provisions proved invaluable to Jiang. He ventured forth across the bridge, mindful of Uncle Wang's counsel. In the wilderness, the influence of the Heavenly Way rendered electronic devices useless, akin to an apocalyptic landscape where monsters roamed freely, migrating to their nests without restraint. The maps provided had a fleeting utility. Devoid of updated intelligence, locating monster clusters, let alone bosses, posed a formidable challenge. Creatures like firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses, conspicuous in their movements, were among the most prevalent. Areas marked with question marks were to be steered clear of, deemed perilous nests with elevated risk levels. Uncle Wang had advised Jiang that the Goblin Dungeon would be the most fitting choice. Low-leveled, abundant in monsters, and less crowded. As Jiang scrutinized the map, he tightened his fist, sporting a smile, resolved to embark on the journey. However, amidst his contemplations, a voice abruptly interrupted, commanding him to halt. Jiang tensed up, swiveling around to face the source of the voice. A cloaked figure stood before him, hand resting firmly on Jiang's shoulder, eyes fixated with intensity. He questioned why Jiang had ignored his calls, expressing a desire to inquire about something important. The cloaked man inquired if Jiang had spotted a girl with golden hair nearby. Jiang's gaze sharpened, and he denied seeing anyone fitting that description, cautioning the man to mind his words. Simultaneously, Little Nine's poisonous mist began to emit from Jiang's shoulder, adhering to the man's hand. The cloaked man swiftly withdrew his hand from Jiang's shoulder, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Examining his hand, he clenched his teeth, pondering if this substance was poison. He found it puzzling, as Jiang didn't appear to have reached a level capable of such an attack. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, knowing that Jiang, at his current level, couldn't pose a threat to him, a level 27 main defense warrior. With a dismissive gesture, Jiang turned his back and walked away, advising the man to seek a healer promptly, cautioning him about the severity of the poison. He added a word of caution about maintaining vigilance. Despite Jiang's departure, the man couldn't contain his anger, demanding Jiang's attention and questioning his authority to leave. Hearing this, Jiang fixed his gaze on the man, his expression turning fierce. As the man approached, emanating a formidable aura, he leveled a penetrating stare at Jiang, questioning his audacity in crossing paths with the Xiao family. Jiang's mind raced, contemplating if the man was alluding to the Xiao family from the Battle of Heaven. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe, comment, and like the video. At the man's words, Jiang locked eyes with him, sensing the impending confrontation. True to his intuition, the man lunged forward, aiming a powerful strike, but Jiang was one step ahead. With swift agility, he sidestepped the attack, watching as the man's fist crashed into the ground with destructive force, fracturing it into shards. As Jiang soared through the air, distancing himself from the man, he shielded his face with one hand, eyeing the furious assailant with intensity. Thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered the significance of the Shao family. The man's demeanor betrayed a deep-seated rage, prompting Jiang to recognize the gravity of the situation. With gritted teeth and a menacing glare, the man surged forward with alarming velocity, closing the gap between them in a flash. Drawing his sword, the man commended Jiang's agility, acknowledging his opponent's swiftness. Sensing the escalation, Jiang threw back his hood, revealing his determined expression. With a swift gesture, he summoned Little Nine's poisonous mist, shrouding the area. Locking eyes with the man, Jiang signaled to Little Nine that there was no need to restrain themselves any longer. Upon Jiang's command, Little Nine materialized from the swirling mist, her gaze fixed on the man with a lethal intensity. Understanding Jiang's directive, she acknowledged with a silent nod. The sight of the poisonous mist seemed to stoke the man's aggression further. He bellowed at Jiang, questioning whether he truly believed he could intimidate him again with the same tactic. Before Jiang could enact his retaliation, a newcomer intervened, addressing the man as Zheng Tai and emphasizing the need for discretion. At the sound of the voice, Zheng Tai's demeanor shifted abruptly. He gritted his teeth, slowly turning to face the newcomer, a palpable sense of fear washing over him. Jiang watched in silence, curious about the unfolding situation. A figure with blue hair emerged from behind Zheng Tai, draped in a hood. Clearly irate, he fixed Zheng Tai with a menacing glare, demanding to know why he was present instead of searching for someone as instructed. Zheng Tai visibly trembled, his fear evident as he struggled to offer an explanation. Before Zheng Tai could utter a word, the man cut him off, spinning around with a disdainful glance. He branded Zheng Tai as worthless, blaming him for nothing but trouble. The words struck Zheng Tai like a blow, rendering him even more terrified. Before he could react, the man delivered a powerful punch beneath his chin, leaving Zheng Tai reeling from the impact. Zheng Tai staggered back, blood trickling from his nose. The man, a member of the Shao family, exuded a formidable aura. He fixed his gaze on Zheng Tai, his expression murderous, as he reiterated that Zheng Tai was no more than a mere lapdog of the Shao family, unworthy of invoking its name. Zheng Tai swiftly dropped to his knees, bowing before the man and begging for forgiveness. He promised not to repeat his mistake and assured that there would be no further disruptions. Meanwhile, Jiang discreetly donned his hood and observed the scene without detecting the man's presence. It quickly dawned on Jiang that this individual posed a greater threat than the earlier warrior. As Zheng Tai rose to his feet, the man approached Jiang with an apologetic tone, attributing his companion's behavior to his aggressive tendencies. He offered compensation for the trouble caused. Jiang assured him there was no need for concern, declining any offer of reparation. Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Jiang was met with a smile as the man stepped closer. His demeanor exuded a potent energy as he locked eyes with Jiang, proposing a joint journey to the desert. Jiang, maintaining his silence, returned the man's gaze for several moments, contemplating his offer. Turning his back on them, Jiang gradually distanced himself, declining the man's invitation, expressing his preference for solitude on his journey. Observing Jiang's departure in silence, the man found him intriguing, aware of Jiang's awakening as a spiritual master, a divine class of creation. As Jiang distanced himself, Zheng Tai rose to his feet and inquired about continuing his search. The man's gaze shifted towards Zheng Tai, and with a steady stare, he dismissed the idea, noting that the opportunity had likely elapsed by now. Having deciphered the clues, the man deduced that the girl they sought had fled the city and likely aimed to traverse the desert toward the nearest station. He removed his hood, revealing his face, and instructed Zheng Tai not to let her reach the inn alive. Ordering him to rally all dispersed servants, the man departed, leaving Zheng Tai to nod in acknowledgement and comply with the command. With a nod and a silent acknowledgement, Zheng Tai accepted the directive. The spread of humanity across the planet had birthed numerous cities. Yet, with the awakened era came the intrusion of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons, necessitating the continual adaptation and fortification of human settlements against these powerful forces. In the current era, Only those awakened individuals driven by the pursuit of power ventured back to these regions to battle monsters, ascend in levels, and amass riches. These regions are now commonly referred to as the Wildlands. As Jiang traversed the terrain, he encountered a swarm of rats. After several hours, he reached a desolate and dilapidated section of the city. As he journeyed, Jiang began to sense a growing disorientation. Despite his intended destination being the goblin beast's nest, he found himself wandering for hours without arrival. Nightfall had descended, yet he remained far from his goal. Little Nine, sensing her hunger, caught a rat and perched atop Jiang's head, though she soon discovered it was an unsatisfactory meal. Little Nine discerned that not all prey was palatable, realizing her discerning taste. As they traversed, Jiang noticed a stark contrast. While he had encountered numerous formidable monsters earlier, the area now seemed devoid of them. Such creatures yielded negligible devouring points. Time was of the essence, and Jiang knew he couldn't afford to dawdle, lest it jeopardize his enrollment in the Night Watch. As Jiang pressed forward, his focus intensified, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sky darkened and rain poured down. In the midst of this deluge, a colossal spider lurking nearby caught sight of Jiang. Descending with deliberate slowness, it fixed a murderous gaze upon him. Jiang extended his hand to the side, feeling the raindrops patter against his skin. Recognizing the magical essence within the rain, he understood that he had stumbled upon an area rife with beast lairs. Despite the initial misstep in locating the nest, he couldn't contain his satisfaction at the discovery. Now, all that remained was to swiftly locate the monster and fill the devouring gauge for the first time. Moments later, Jiang glanced back and spotted the creature edging closer. Their eyes locked, and an intense silence fell between them, stretching out for several seconds. Little Nine materialized, her gaze fixed on the approaching monster. She inquired of Jiang whether he wished for her assistance. Jiang lifted his head slightly, focusing on the creature. He responded that intervention wasn't needed, as the monster's level appeared low, its size only slightly larger than the others they had encountered. Seizing the opportunity, the monster landed and readied its sharp appendages for an assault. With a menacing glare, it lunged at Jiang with its piercing limbs, yet Jiang deftly evaded the strikes with nimble leaps. Then, capitalizing on the opening, he gathered his strength and leaped with great force. In a flash, Jiang found himself atop the monster, his fist tightly clenched as he readied to strike. The creature, catching sight of Jiang, trembled in fear, its mind racing with confusion. With a powerful blow, Jiang struck the monster, sending its body crashing to the ground, life extinguished, and the floor shattered into pieces. As Jiang pondered, Little Nine emerged, her hand resting on her forehead as she delivered news of more monsters' arrival. Startled by her voice, Jiang broke free from his reverie, casting a glance to the side, his surprise evident. The resounding impact of his attack had drawn the attention of other lurking monsters in the vicinity. Standing atop the monster's lifeless body, Jiang noticed the encroaching giant spiders. Reacting swiftly, he summoned the dagger he acquired in the secret realm, using the poisonous mist. With determination in his eyes, he turned to Little Nine and declared that it was time for a feast. Their gazes turned lethal as they locked onto the approaching giant spiders. Jiang checked in with Little Nine, who affirmed her readiness without a moment's hesitation. Activating Little Nine's poisonous mist, Jiang swiftly charged forward, dagger in hand. In a blur of motion, he struck at the spiders, slicing through their bodies and infecting them with the deadly mist. With each battle, their levels surged rapidly. Continuing to engage monsters along their journey back promised at least 2 more level advancements. In mere moments, the creatures fell, either succumbing to mortal wounds or the corrosive effects of the poisonous mist. In an instant, the monsters lay lifeless, forming a mound of corpses. Jiang approached and requested that Little Nine consume the remains of these creatures. She eagerly complied, extending her arms wide. Suddenly she paused, her attention drawn to something approaching, a presence large, potent, and promisingly satisfying. At Little Nine's revelation, Jiang swiftly turned his gaze in the same direction, noting her heightened excitement. It dawned on him that the approaching entity must be the boss. Facing the direction of the impending threat, he extended his hand, his expression hardening with determination. With a gesture, he commanded Little Nine to attack, her anticipation mirrored in his own resolve. As the boss drew nearer, its silhouette emerged from the mist. Little Nine, undeterred, launched her assault. Soon after, agonized cries pierced the air. Jiang, hearing a distinctly feminine voice from the creature, turned his attention towards it, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Little Nine's misjudgment became apparent as the approaching figure revealed herself to be a woman, not the anticipated boss. Jiang's attack inadvertently caused her clothing to tear, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Surveying the scene, Jiang pondered the nature of this mysterious individual, unsure of her origins or capabilities. After a few moments, the woman stirred, her eyelids fluttering open. Gazing up at the sky, a startled expression crossed her face as she puzzled over her surroundings and the events unfolding. With a steadying hand, she pushed herself upright, the other instinctively finding her head as she gradually pieced together the situation, questioning the unfamiliar surroundings. She recalled not arriving at this place, her hand still resting on her head as she endeavored to make sense of it all. Jiang drew near, settling beside her, his elbows on his knees as he closed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired if she was awake. At the sound of Jiang's voice, she snapped to attention, pondering his identity. Acting swiftly, she rose to her feet and quickly distanced herself from him, assuming a defensive posture. Locking eyes with Jiang, she demanded to know his identity and urged him not to come any closer. Rising to his feet, he turned towards her and, in a composed tone, reassured her that she need not fear, explaining that he was merely a career transitioner who had ventured into the desert to combat monsters. He further assured her that his intentions were not to cause harm. Upon closer inspection, she recollected Jiang's identity. Placing a hand over her heart, she gestured towards Jiang with the other, fixing him with a piercing gaze as she accused him of being the assailant from a prior encounter. Jiang's demeanor shifted to one of unease upon hearing this. He closed his eyes momentarily, then with a rueful smile, offered his apologies, admitting that he had mistaken her for a monster in the past. Caught off guard by Jiang's attractiveness, she felt a warmth spread across her cheeks. Turning towards him, she questioned how anyone could compare lovely girls like herself to monsters, finding his assumption presumptuous. Panic surged within her, prompting her to frantically check her features, ensuring her nose and ears were intact. Jiang remained silent, watching her closely. Recalling the force he had exerted during the attack, he marveled at her resilience as she appeared unscathed, almost as if the incident hadn't occurred. Pondering her identity and how she had endured his assault, he found himself increasingly intrigued. After a few moments, reassured by her lack of injuries, she gradually calmed down. She extended her hand to the side, and the golden ring adorning her finger gleamed, radiating a vibrant green energy. This ring, akin to a timepiece, illuminated, displaying the current time. Observing the hour, she recognized that she had lingered too long. With a swift decision, she turned away from Jiang, briskly striding away, determined to depart before anyone could apprehend her. As she gradually distanced herself, Jiang maintained his silence, his gaze fixed upon her, pondering the reasons behind her retreat and the identity of those pursuing her. The woman edged further away, yet suddenly halted in her tracks. With a hand pressed against her mouth, she nervously began to gnaw at her nails. It didn't take Jiang long to sense the unease radiating from the woman. Drawing closer, he observed her jittery demeanor and inquired if everything was all right. As Tara's grip tightened, she subtly glanced back, eyes shut, offering a strained smile. She explained that there were monsters up ahead, and lacking prowess in combat, she opted to step back and leave Jiang to confront them. Within moments, her nervousness dissipated, and she pivoted away from him once more, offering a farewell wave. "That's it," she declared, resolved to depart. Witnessing her abrupt departure, Jiang's countenance shifted dramatically. With a perplexed expression, he watched her go, musing on the apparent waste of her acting talents. As the rain began to fall, the woman departed. Jiang wandered the vicinity, contemplating the situation. The prospect of encountering monsters ahead pleased him. It aligned with his intentions, as these particular monsters posed no challenge for him. However, despite the opportunity to earn devouring points, he acknowledged a looming issue. Jiang's expression turned solemn as he angled his head, contemplating the challenge of confronting other job changers. The desert had long been a lawless domain, attracting individuals engaged in acts of violence and theft. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the wisdom of apprehending the woman he had encountered earlier, considering the risks involved. As Jiang immersed himself in contemplation, Little Nine emerged. Pointing ahead with a solemn expression, she alerted him to the approaching horde of monsters. Rather than feeling fear or contemplating retreat, Jiang's face lit up with delight. Turning slightly towards Little Nine, he expressed his satisfaction upon learning about the multitude of monsters ahead. His elation was short-lived. Turning his head to the side, he was met with a sight that sent shock coursing through him. Hundreds of giant spiders emerged before him, resembling the ones he had recently vanquished. Among them loomed a colossal specimen, its gaze dripping with malice as it fixed its eyes on him. As potent energy enveloped Jiang's body, he surveyed the spiders and realized the gravity of the situation. Engaging a few of them individually wouldn't pose a challenge, but the sheer number now converging upon him rendered direct confrontation impossible. As the giant spiders inched closer, he maintained a steady, focused gaze upon them, acknowledging the woman's earlier warning with growing certainty. Despite being encircled by monsters, Jiang experienced a sense of relief. He found solace in battling these creatures over engaging with other job changers. As the giant spiders grew increasingly agitated, their murderous intent driving them forward with haste, Jiang couldn't suppress his satisfaction. With the impending opportunity to gain devouring value, he welcomed their swift advance without hesitation. Jiang drew his two daggers, his body radiating an intense and stifling energy as he locked his gaze onto the approaching monsters. Instructing Little Nine to unleash the poisonous mist, she promptly complied with a firm nod. Without hesitation, the mist began to seep from the blades clutched in his hands. In an instant, the giant spiders closed in on him, jaws gaping wide in preparation for an assault. Despite the enveloping poisonous mist around Jiang's form, he remained motionless for several heartbeats. As one of the colossal arachnids lunged towards him, Jiang's movements blurred with incredible speed. Leveraging the daggers and Little Nine's toxic mist, he surged forward, slicing through the spider's body in a single swift motion, infecting it with the venomous haze in the process. Mid-air, Jiang cast a fierce glare back at the monsters, his expression lethal as he contemplated their newfound speed, a perplexing development. His attention momentarily diverted, another giant spider seized the opportunity, hurtling towards him with alarming velocity. As the giant spider inched closer, its gaze filled with malice, poised for an assault, Jiang swiftly sensed its presence. Without delay, he glanced back, catching sight of its attempt to launch a surprise attack, eliciting a hint of surprise from him. However, the giant spider's ill-fated attempt would not catch Jiang off guard. Just as the giant spider poised for action, Jiang sprang into action with lightning speed, slicing its body into pieces with his daggers in a blur of motion. The fragmented remnants cascaded to the ground as Jiang gracefully landed moments later. Standing with both daggers gripped firmly in his hands, his body emanated the toxic mist conjured by Little Nine. With a gaze filled with determination, he fixated on the spider's lifeless form, sensing something amiss. Despite swiftly thwarting the attack and dispatching the creature in an instant, he noticed a small cut on his abdomen, a testament to the brief struggle. As the smaller spiders surged forward with increasing speed, Jiang swiftly grasped the realization that these monsters were coordinating their efforts, a troubling revelation. Upon closer examination, Jiang noticed a spider that stood out starkly from the others. With 6 eyes and a considerably larger size, he swiftly deduced it as the boss among them. This realization prompted him to ponder whether this commanding figure was orchestrating the actions of the others. In the blink of an eye, thousands of spiders materialized, encircling Jiang. As Little Nine's toxic mist emanated from his body, Jiang fixed his gaze upon the boss spider. Rather than fleeing, he remained rooted in place. It dawned on Jiang that the thousands of monsters inhabiting the area shared a unified strategy, both in their sheer numbers and their tactics. This realization shed light on why this particular area remained untouched by others. With a determined expression, Jiang fixed his gaze on the boss, contemplating that the key to defeating the swarm of smaller monsters lay in vanquishing their leader. However, as he assessed the vast number of creatures surrounding him, he acknowledged the formidable challenge ahead. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang was startled as Little Nine emerged from the toxic mist, placing her hand on his shoulder to draw his attention. Emerging gradually, her expression grave, Little Nine directed her gaze squarely at the boss spider. With a serious demeanor, she conveyed to Jiang her comprehension of the situation, disclosing that the monsters were attempting to usurp their master. Jiang's confusion deepened at this revelation. He turned his head slightly towards her, inquiring about the meaning behind her words. Little Nine regarded the monsters with disdain, finding their arrogance remarkable. With a sweeping gesture, she raised her hands to her sides, tilting her head back to the sky, and released a resounding roar. At the sound of Little Nine's roar, the spiders finally recognized her as the insect mother. Without hesitation, the smaller spiders scattered in disarray, fleeing at the sight of their perceived leader's authority. Jiang found himself somewhat taken aback, pondering whether the monster's behavior stemmed from their insect-like nature. Little Nine approached Jiang, inclining her head slightly towards him as she revealed that she had severed the connection between the boss spider and its underlings. Jiang hadn't anticipated that Little Nine's abilities could be applied in such a manner. With the monsters thrown into disarray, Jiang anticipated that defeating them would now be significantly easier. Brandishing his two daggers to each side, he fixed the boss with a deadly gaze. Expressing his appreciation to Little Nine for her effective intervention, he determined that the moment had come to eradicate the boss once and for all. Upon hearing Jiang's command, Little Nine reverted to her original form. Fixing the boss with a lethal glare, she responded with a simple yet obedient, "Understood, good master." As Jiang's body continued to emit the toxic mist conjured by Little Nine, he gathered momentum, leaping forward with determination, urging her to follow closely. In a flash, Jiang swiftly dispatched several monsters with his daggers, severing their bodies into fragments. With the boss's influence no longer a concern, the remaining monsters descended into chaos. Jiang surged forward at high speed, darting among the creatures and methodically slicing through their ranks with his daggers. With the monsters now scattered and disarrayed, Jiang recognized that they no longer posed a threat, allowing him to proceed without further delay. Dispatching several monsters within moments, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. Advancing rapidly towards the boss, Jiang focused his thoughts on the singular objective that remained. The boss unleashed a menacing roar, its gaze fixed fiercely on Jiang. Undeterred, Jiang met its stare head-on, refusing to back down. Mentally preparing for the impending clash, he recognized the boss as the ultimate source of devouring value. Despite the boss's attempts to defend itself, its efforts proved futile against Jiang's determined assault. Moments before it could react, Jiang descended upon the boss, launching a rapid assault on its head with both daggers, infusing it with Little Nine's toxic mist. Despite the size disparity, within seconds, the boss succumbed to its injuries, collapsing to the ground. Jiang landed atop the boss's lifeless form, clutching both daggers as his body continued to exude Little Nine's venomous mist. Gazing intently at the lifeless body, Jiang resolved that the moment had arrived to propagate the swarm of insects. Jiang walked up to the boss's body and stared at it. He couldn't believe he had finally won. Just then, a system window popped up to congratulate him for leveling up. Now he was at level 14 with a power rating of 127 stars. His passive abilities and level up effects were still active. Jiang clenched his fist, which started to glow. Looking down at it with a smile, he thought about how his strength kept growing as his level increased. With 127 stars, his combat power was almost equal to that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. He started to turn his head back, thinking that now he just needed to devour the monster corpses to gain devouring points. Seeing how powerful Jiang was, and sensing the power of the mother insect, the small spiders began to flee. These intelligent monsters knew they had no chance of defeating Jiang. He turned his head and saw the little spiders fleeing, realizing there was no longer any threat. It quickly became clear that the spiders understood the situation and were escaping. Although he wanted to kill them for points, he decided against it, as the most important task now was to start breeding insects. He began walking towards the monster corpses, and gradually, Little Nine started to appear through the poisonous mist. With a deadly look, Jiang stared at the boss's corpse, clenched his fist tightly, raised his other hand towards the sky, and told Little Nine that it was now hers. When she heard this, she thanked him and changed back to her natural form. She opened her mouth, jumped, and moved toward the boss's corpse. She started devouring it, and a system window appeared, giving him 600 devouring points. As Little Nine enjoyed her meal, Jiang turned to the side with a serious look, thinking that elite monsters like this boss were different because they provided a high devouring value. He quickly concluded that hunting and rapidly breeding the insect swarm was a good way to become stronger and hunt more elite monsters. Moments later, another system window appeared, showing that his devouring value was full. The system asked if he wanted to start the insect breeding. Jiang looked at the system window and was amazed to see how quickly the devouring value had filled up. He soon realized that elite monsters gave many more points than normal ones. After a few seconds, Little Nine returned to her human form. She knelt before him, placing one hand on her knee and the other on the ground. Then she bowed her head before him and told him that Little Nine was already prepared to reproduce. She asked him for permission to continue accompanying him with much stronger power. While Jiang's body emitted a powerful aura, he turned his head to the side and remained silent for several seconds, lost in thought. He turned his head towards her, smiling as he decided it was time to begin breeding the insects. Just then, a system window appeared, informing him that Little Nine had already initiated the first generation of mass insect breeding. Jiang's and Little Nine's bodies began to emit a wave of energy. The system notified him that the accelerated growth of talents and the blessing of the growth of all things were in effect. With a serious expression, Jiang began to look at Little Nine, thinking to himself that his passive skills were more effective for speeding up insect breeding. After a few seconds, the mark of Little Nine appeared on his hand. Seeing this, he quickly realized it was a new ability. His assumption was correct as a system window appeared, granting him 2 new exclusive abilities called Insect Nest and Dominion. Then, another system window appeared, informing him that the insect breeding had been accelerated, with 8 seconds remaining. Seeing this, Jiang realized that the insect breeding was almost complete. He lifted his head towards the sky, and what he saw in front of him shocked him. He couldn't help but be amazed and wonder if this was a colony of insects. In front of him stood Little Nine, with both hands extended to the sides, reproducing itself. In an instant, thousands of insects appeared and began flying around them. The system congratulated Jiang for successfully completing the breeding of the first swarm of insects. According to the system, there were a total of 2,300 insects. Jiang turned his head to one side, observing the insects with a smile as he thought that the quantity was truly impressive. He couldn't believe that the first breeding cycle of the insects had produced over 2,000 offspring, and this was only the first generation. He wondered what would happen in the 3rd or 4th generation. One of the insects approached Jiang. Sensing its presence, he turned towards it and began to caress its head. He had a fondness for these insects. However, their abilities differed from Little Nine's. He observed that the insects had also gained some new skills. The insect status window appeared, named Son of 9 Wings of Miasma, boasting 4 abilities. The first was Poisonous Mist, enabling it to corrode and devour everything it touched. The second ability was Camouflage, enabling it to blend in by reflecting its wings. The third ability, Frenzy, continuously consumed the devouring value, temporarily boosting strength and speed. The fourth and final ability was called Self-Destruction. This ability enabled it to detonate its body, releasing toxins and causing massive damage in the process. Jiang found the Camouflage and Self-Destruction skills quite useful. While lost in thought, Little Nine approached him from behind and hugged him. Closing her eyes, she smiled, capturing his attention. Hearing her voice, Jiang snapped out of his trance, turning his head slightly towards her with a smile, feeling at ease. He shifted his body towards her, gently stroking her head, and thought with a smile that she seemed to have changed, but not much. Little Nine closed her eyes, placing her hands on her chest, and with a joyful smile, informed him that she had finished the process of breeding the insects. Then, she took Jiang's arm with both hands and expressed her desire to rest. Hearing this, he asked her what she meant by resting. At that moment, her body began to disappear. Jiang turned his head slightly towards his hand, feeling somewhat confused as he wondered where she had gone. At that moment, a system window appeared, informing him that Little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang looked at his hand, couldn't help but smile, and felt relieved. The system space was incredible. It could accommodate swarms of insects. Now, the number of swarms didn't matter. They could all hide within the system, so Jiang would no longer fear being discovered by anyone. The insect nest was a new ability he had acquired, granted at maximum level, meaning it couldn't be leveled up. Jiang activated Little Nine's mark, looked at his hand, and saw that she was peacefully sleeping. He understood that after reproducing, insects needed to sleep. Jiang recalled his newly acquired ability called Dominion, and decided to test it to see how it worked. He extended his hand to the side and activated the skill. Instantly, his body emitted a powerful and suffocating energy, and his eyes began to shine. When Jiang activated the ability, the insects by his side turned their heads towards him, fixing him with a murderous gaze. Jiang reciprocated with a murderous look, understanding how the ability worked. He extended his hand towards the sky, and it began to absorb the insects. This new ability enabled Jiang to control the swarm of insects. He turned his head towards his hand and realized that using this skill was as easy as moving an arc. With his eyes shining, Jiang looked ahead in amazement. Through this ability, he could also tap into the senses of the insects. Now Jiang could perceive the world as insects did. Looking around, he saw the place teeming with monsters, hidden and ready to stalk their prey. Jiang turned his head to the side and, observing the behavior of the insects, couldn't help but smile. He realized they were also excited. With a determined gaze, Jiang and the insects fixed their eyes on the monsters. Surrounded by Little Nine's poisonous mist, Jiang ordered them to attack, testing their new abilities. Hearing his command, thousands of insects demolished a nearby building into pieces, grabbing the attention of all the monsters in the area. Their plan worked, drawing the attention of all the monsters nearby. They turned their heads towards the source and slowly started approaching to investigate. Jiang decided not to wait any longer and went after the monsters. Surrounded by Little Nine's poisonous mist, he advanced towards the monsters, who soon realized what was about to happen. They attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Just as they prepared to escape, the poisonous mist swiftly closed in on them. Within seconds, the mist enveloped the monsters, gradually corroding their bodies and inflicting immense pain. Before long, all the affected monsters succumbed to the poison and collapsed to the ground. With the monsters now deceased, the poisonous mist began to consume their bodies slowly. Jiang approached the corpses and scrutinized them closely. With the swarm of insects, he hardly needed to take action himself. The reach of the poisonous mist had expanded significantly, devouring its targets more swiftly and extensively. Moreover, he now possessed shared vision through the ability called Dominion. Common monsters could no longer conceal themselves from the swarm of insects. Jiang turned his head to the side, observing Little Nine's poisonous mist slowly consuming the monster corpses. A smile formed on his face as he realized that soon he would be able to breed more insects. He recalled that he hadn't checked how much devouring value was required for the next insect breeding. With this in mind, he opened the system window. Upon seeing what had appeared on the system interface, Jiang was shocked and began to ponder what was happening and what it meant. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe, comment, and like the video. At the same time, a man arrived at an abandoned warehouse near where Jiang was. He informed his leader that he had returned. Seeing him back, the leader asked why he had taken so long and ordered him to quickly report on what was happening in the spider's nest. The man, hooded and with green hair, was visibly scared. He informed his leader that the spider's nest had been annihilated by someone mysterious and unknown. The destruction was so complete that not a single monster was left alive. His superior, a tall man with braids, couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stared in disbelief, trying to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. He turned his head towards his subordinate and with a surprised look asked if this was some kind of joke. He couldn't believe that someone had completely annihilated the spider's nest. Another man standing nearby approached them, and upon hearing this was shocked. The man with green hair stepped closer, and with a serious expression confirmed that it was true, adding that the city of monsters was in ruins. Upon hearing this, their leader put his hand on his chin and stared at the ground, unable to believe the nest had been reduced to ashes. It was too terrifying to comprehend. Initially, he wondered if the Night Watch could be responsible, but he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing it wasn't their style. He concluded that the responsible party must be a covert operation, orchestrated by a clandestine family or a formidable assault group. Deciding that retreat was the wisest course of action, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. They had been tasked with the important mission of collecting venom from a wolf spider. With their mission failed, he resolved to recoup their losses on the journey back by preying on unsuspecting victims. The man beside him, upon hearing this plan, turned towards him, his brow furrowing with sweat and panic. As they conversed, the door of the abandoned warehouse creaked open. Startled by the sound, the trio swiftly turned their heads, and the man with green hair disclosed to the others that they had an unexpected visitor. Upon hearing this, curiosity swirled in their minds, pondering the identity of this newcomer. A man approached the door, placing his hand on it, and as it creaked open, he revealed that he had stumbled upon fellow professionals. Intrigued, the leader inquired about his identity. The newcomer introduced himself as Jiang, stepping into the warehouse. With measured steps, he approached them, extending his hand in a gesture of peace, assuring them not to fret, as his sole purpose in coming was to enhance their capabilities. He also mentioned that he had brought some food to trade. Upon hearing this, their leader felt a wave of relief knowing that Jiang had arrived unaccompanied. Turning towards him, he locked eyes with Jiang, and with a smile, agreed to the exchange, noting that sustenance in the desert came at a cost. After his remark, he inquired about what Jiang wished to trade. The demeanor of the man beside him shifted dramatically. He assumed an aggressive posture, fixing a stern gaze on Jiang. Jiang, undeterred, approached the leader and met his gaze, reassuring him with a smile not to be concerned, mentioning he had valuable items for trade. At this, the man's expression underwent another drastic change. He cast his gaze upon Jiang, a smile tugging at his lips as curiosity piqued within him regarding what Jiang intended to exchange. The leader commanded Jiang to reveal his offerings. In that instant, the two men closed in around Jiang, drawing their swords with smiles on their faces. Jiang simply turned his head slightly towards them, unable to suppress his own smile. From the onset, he harbored doubts about their trustworthiness. Without hesitation, he activated the ring, extending his hand toward them. In an instant, numerous spiders emerged from the ring, their piercing gaze fixed upon the men. Jiang turned away from them, his voice tinged with mockery as he inquired about the quality of his merchandise. Upon encountering the spiders, the men hastily returned their swords to their scabbards, taking several steps back while remaining on high alert. Their gazes fixated on the spiders, beads of sweat forming on their brows as fear gripped them. They recognized the creatures as wolf spiders, prompting them to question whether these arachnids had somehow survived the destruction of the spider's nest. Contemplating this, they speculated whether Jiang had been the one to exterminate the spiders. Jiang Chen's current level stood at 17. He subtly shifted his gaze towards them, fixing them with an intense stare. With a smile, he assured them he was well aware of their suspicions. Following his statement, Jiang settled onto a nearby rock, tilting his head slightly towards them as he calmly disclosed his growing anger, advising them to arm themselves and depart immediately. he made his displeasure known. Upon hearing his words, the three men hastily gathered their belongings, turned away from Jiang and fled, expressing apologies for the disturbance and affirming their immediate departure. After several minutes had passed and the men had fled the warehouse, Jiang stretched out his hand to the side, unleashing Little Nine's poisonous mist. Commanding the insects to emerge, Jiang remained seated on the rock, one arm casually resting on his knee. With a swift motion, he directed the poisonous mist to release 2 insects. The insects took flight around Jiang, their eyes gleaming with a deadly intent as they scanned for potential threats. Meanwhile, Jiang took a sip of the soup left behind by the men, feeling the pangs of hunger intensify. Reflecting on his decision to acquire Little Nine, he realized he hadn't anticipated the side effects of leading the swarm of insects. As Jiang sipped the soup, a system window materialized, and his devouring value surged. Now standing at 2,768 points out of 1 million, the system urged him to boost this value promptly. Initially, he had anticipated a faster increase in the devouring value once the insect swarm doubled. However, he hadn't foreseen that the devouring value of the subsequent reproduction would also double. This development posed a significant challenge for Jiang, as the devouring value a boss could offer now seemed negligible. Even clearing out all the beast nests outside the city wouldn't suffice to replenish the devouring value for the next reproduction. Jiang cast his gaze downwards, lost in contemplation. He had been informed that the beast nests and secret realms under Nightwatch's control would remain undisclosed. This implied that to augment his swarm's devouring value, he needed to align himself with the Nightwatch promptly. He glanced at his hand, noticing that Little Nine had yet to awaken. Observing this, he swiftly realized the weighty responsibility of reproduction. Suddenly, he sensed another's presence. His demeanor shifted abruptly as he turned his head sharply, questioning the intruder's purpose. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist tightly, angled his head slightly, and assumed a defensive stance. The scent of conflict filled the air, accompanied by the sound of many people in pursuit. Perplexed by the situation and the reasons behind the girl's chase, Jiang remained unsure of what transpired. Moments later, a girl concealed by an invisibility spell stumbled into the warehouse, colliding with Jiang before tumbling to the ground. It was the same girl from earlier. Using one hand to brace herself against the floor, she gingerly touched her head, wincing in pain. Jiang glanced at her, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, pondering the unexpected reunion. Meanwhile, as the girl lay on the ground, she placed one hand on the floor for support, the other resting on her chest. Lifting her head to meet Jiang's gaze, she immediately recognized him as the boy she had encountered at the spider's nest. She gazed at him with fear in her eyes, pleading for secrecy about her presence. Jiang, taken aback by her request, turned to her with a surprised expression. She had been near him, yet he hadn't detected her presence at all. It didn't take him long to deduce that the person being pursued by the man with the blue hair was her. Determined to escort the girl to safety, he sensed another presence nearby. Swiftly, he turned his head towards the warehouse entrance, his expression turning serious as he realized it might already be too late to depart. Moments later, a group of individuals entered the warehouse, including Zheng Tai and the man with blue hair from the Xiao family. They advanced towards Jiang, and it didn't take long for Zheng Tai to recognize him. A sense of fear and apprehension washed over him. Pointing a trembling finger at Jiang, he informed his leader that Jiang was the same individual they had encountered previously. The man with blue hair casually slipped his hand into his pants pocket, fixing his gaze on Jiang. With a smile, he commended his subordinate for their keen sense of smell. Meanwhile, Jiang resumed his seat on the rock, his hands resting on his knees as he maintained a silent demeanor. Upon closer inspection, the man realized that the area was devoid of others, and Jiang was indeed camping alone. With a glare seething with anger, Zheng Tai fixed his eyes on Jiang, demanding to know if a girl had recently entered the warehouse. He insisted on an immediate response, threatening dire consequences if Jiang hesitated. Observing the tension, the man with blue hair interjected, placing his hand before Zheng Tai, and with a smile, requested him to hold off for a moment. Approaching Jiang, he settled onto the rock opposite him. Aware that Jiang belonged to the spiritual masterclass, he observed how swiftly Jiang had advanced in levels. Less than a day had passed since their last encounter, yet Jiang had already reached level 16. The man's curiosity about Jiang grew with each passing moment. Deciding to table the discussion for now, he announced that he had urgent matters to attend to. As Jiang maintained his silence while seated on the rock, the man rested an arm on his knee, drew his sword, and pointed it at Jiang's neck with a stern expression. Inquiring if Jiang had seen a girl with black hair nearby, he awaited a response. As his subordinates approached and stood behind him in silence, Jiang maintained his composure. Meeting the man's gaze, Jiang swiftly assessed the aura surrounding him, deducing that his level exceeded 30. Realizing the man's ability to accurately discern his class and level, Jiang speculated that he likely possessed specialized detection equipment. Jiang gestured towards the back door of the warehouse, explaining to the man that he had observed a shadow moving in that direction. However, due to not possessing the perceptive class, he couldn't confirm if it was the person they sought. Upon hearing Jiang's explanation, the man rose to his feet, cautiously choosing to trust him. He also cautioned Jiang to be more forthcoming in the future. Jiang, somewhat surprised by the advice, stood up as well. Facing away from Jiang, he angled his head slightly to look back at him, locking eyes with a menacing glare. He warned Jiang that if he discovered any assistance given to the girl, the Xiao family would not overlook it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tai turned his head slightly towards Jiang, unable to suppress a smile. Several seconds later, the man and his subordinates started to depart from the warehouse. Jiang shifted his body to face them, observing their gradual departure. As they faded from view, he recalled that the Xiao family held the most power in Zhenguo. Fixing his gaze on the man with blue hair, he pondered the extensive history of the clans in the city, all of which held positions as feudal officials. These clans were shrouded in mystery and seldom intervened in worldly affairs unless faced with significant calamity. Some of their most formidable members were said to possess abilities capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. This man possessed greater power than Jiang had anticipated, a realization that unsettled him. Being remembered by someone of such influence wasn't advantageous. After a few moments, Jiang glanced towards the warehouse exit and noticed that the men had departed. Recognizing that lingering in this place was unwise, he made the decision to leave as well. Emerging from her hiding spot, the girl approached Jiang, placing her hands on her hips as she expressed gratitude for his rescue. Jiang rose to his feet, facing her without uttering a word. Suddenly seizing her arm, Jiang's action startled the girl, who grew anxious about his intentions. Jiang stepped closer, fixing her with an intense gaze, and accused her of nearly deceiving him again, just as she had done before. Having assisted her once more, Jiang inquired about her predicament with those individuals. With Jiang in such proximity, she couldn't help but blush, meeting his gaze as she revealed her family's significant debt. She went on to explain that the man intended to seize the goods they were transporting and eliminate them all, but he hadn't anticipated her escape. Fearing the possibility of the news leaking out, he had pursued her for this very reason. After elucidating her situation, she questioned Jiang about his intentions to silence her. Upon hearing her words, Jiang released her hand, turned away, and started to walk in the opposite direction. Observing his departure, she placed a hand over her chest, feeling a mix of emotions. Extending her hand towards him, she expressed her eternal gratitude for his assistance and pledged to repay his kindness in the future. As he withdrew from her, he closed his eyes, fists clenched tightly, and firmly stated his reluctance to become entangled in her affairs. Suddenly halting, Jiang's eyes snapped open as a sense of unease washed over him. The girl too sensed the shift, and her expression turned fearful. With trepidation, she informed him that a barrier spell had been cast around the warehouse. Just then, a voice from outside the warehouse commanded their subordinates to emerge. Jiang turned his gaze towards the warehouse entrance, realizing that escape was now improbable. Aware that even if the girl denied knowing him, they would no longer believe her, he activated his insect perception ability. As he moved around the area, he quickly discerned that they were completely surrounded. With a determined expression, Jiang fixed his gaze on the warehouse entrance, prepared to confront any adversary. On the opposite side, the girl grew fearful, clutching her chest with trembling hands. Moments later, the man with blue hair and his subordinates emerged, their presence exuding a palpable aura of danger. Fixing a piercing gaze on Jiang, they prepared to deal the final blow. Sensing Jiang's deception, one of them advanced, locking eyes with him, and demanded that he surrender the girl. He called Jiang a liar and ordered his men to catch the girl. Jiang stared at him silently, looking serious. When the girl saw the man with blue hair, her expression changed. She looked at him, panicking and terrified. She told Jiang that he had already taken everything from the Luo family. Then she asked the man why he wanted to kill her so badly. The man looked at her and calmly asked if he really needed a reason. When Jiang heard she was from the Luo family, he turned to her, staring intently and seriously. Jiang and the girl were on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, while the man with blue hair and his subordinates were on the first floor. She clenched one fist, extended her other hand to the side, and stared at the man, warning him that if he killed her, the Luo family would never forgive him. She added that the Luo family would never let him live in peace. Jiang, standing behind her with his arms dropped to his sides, kept watching the man. Hearing this, the man with blue hair burst into laughter and asked if she truly believed that a family like the Luo family could do such a thing. At that moment, his subordinates began to smile at the girl. With one hand on his waist and the other covering his face, the man couldn't help but laugh. He found it amusing that a second-rate family with a bit of money took themselves so seriously. He revealed to the girl that without the protection of the Xiao family ancestors 100 years ago, the Luo family would have been annihilated long ago. Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates unsheathed his sword while the others started laughing. Zheng Tai crossed his arms, stared intently at Jiang, and couldn't help but smile. With a serious look, he lifted his head, removed his hand from his face, and told her that in the eyes of the Xiao family, they were no different from humble peasants. He added that to them, they were merely cattle for the Xiao family to slaughter. Hearing this, Jiang turned his head toward him, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared intently. He couldn't believe such arrogance. The man extended his hand forward, and his palm started emitting a powerful red energy that began to rise towards the sky. He then looked at the girl with a smile and asked what the Xiao family could investigate if there was nothing left to find. Moments later, the energy he had released formed a powerful barrier around the abandoned warehouse. This ability was known as the Dragon Prison Formation of the Xiao family. The girl looked up at the sky, placed a hand on her chest, and clenched her fist, feeling both astonished and panicked, unsure of how she would escape. Jiang also lifted his head, and upon seeing the barrier, couldn't help but be amazed. To him, the man with blue hair was indeed very interesting. Jiang and the girl were on the second floor of the old warehouse. Zheng Tai took out his sword, looked at the girl, and got ready to attack. He told everyone to obey the young master's orders and not spare anyone. They all agreed. The man with blue hair next to Zheng Tai stayed quiet. A few seconds passed, and Zheng Tai was about to attack. Suddenly, the man with blue hair stepped forward and signaled him to halt by raising his hand. Then, he looked at Jiang and said with a smile that the girl from the Luo family had to die that day. He seemed intrigued by Jiang because he knew Jiang had powerful abilities. After speaking, he continued to gaze at Jiang and told Zheng Tai that being a spiritual master, a type of creation class, was incredibly rare. Unlike others who were unaware, he understood its significance. With a smile, he extended his hand and offered Jiang the chance to seize everything today. He stretched out his hand to Jiang and instructed him to seize the girl, offering to spare his life in return for serving the Xiao family. Then, he turned to Jiang and inquired about his opinion. The girl, with her hands on her waist, couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Jiang lowered his arms and stayed silent for a few moments. Jiang looked down at the ground and couldn't resist smiling and complimenting him, acknowledging the Xiao family's knack for persuasive talk. The girl glanced at him, feeling a surge of panic, unsure if Jiang would indeed accept the offer. Jiang glared at the man with blue hair with a fierce expression, refusing his offer and mocking him by saying the Xiao family could go to hell. He clenched his fists tightly, his body emitting the poisonous mist of Little Nine. With a serious tone, he firmly stated his refusal. He challenged the man to come for him if he wanted a fight. The girl turned toward Jiang, clasping her hands to her chest. Seeing him enveloped in poisonous mist, she took a few steps back, feeling terrified and confused about what was happening. Upon learning of Jiang's rejection, the man with blue hair became enraged, feeling dishonored. He commanded his subordinates to attack and finish Jiang. Upon receiving the order, they drew their swords, built up momentum, leaped forward, and swiftly advanced towards Jiang. As they leaped through the air, Zheng Tai glanced at Jiang and cautioned the others to be wary, acknowledging that Jiang was formidable. Drawing nearer, Jiang remained still, silently watching them without any action. Moments later, as they neared the second floor, Zheng Tai noticed the poisonous mist surrounding Jiang's body. He warned the others that Jiang could wield poison and advised against a direct attack. Seeing the imminent attack, the girl sought shelter behind Jiang. Suddenly, Jiang deactivated the poisonous mist, reaching out his hand towards them. Surrounded by a green energy, he fixed a serious gaze on Zheng Tai and disclosed that he not only wielded poison, but also possessed a talent ability. Witnessing this, the girl stepped back, her hand instinctively reaching for her chest. She turned to Jiang, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity about his newfound power. Suddenly, green spiritual roots sprouted from the ground. Zheng Tai moved closer to Jiang, gripping his sword tightly with both hands, readying himself to attack. In that instant, he glanced downward and was astonished by the sight of the spiritual roots. He couldn't help but ponder what this newfound ability was. The roots swiftly expanded, wrapping around Zheng Tai and the others, immobilizing them completely. Panic set in as they grappled with the unfamiliar situation. Jiang, with his hand outstretched, explained that his ability was the evolution of all things. Gradually, the spiritual roots tightened around Zheng Tai's body. He instinctively grasped at the roots, his gaze fixed on Jiang, bewildered by the unfolding events. Observing the immense strength of the roots, he realized that Jiang's class was of divine rank. Confusion clouded his mind as he recalled Jiang's ability to wield poison. Refusing to remain passive, he drew his sword, gripping it tightly with both hands, and exerted all his strength to slice through the roots ensnaring him. Witnessing his actions, the others followed suit, joining in the effort to free themselves. He urged them to attack the roots, noting their fragility. As the spiritual roots fell around the man with blue hair, he swiftly pushed them away with his hands, quickly grasping the situation. With a startled expression, he shouted, berating Zheng Tai for falling for the distraction. He emphasized that Jiang was now prepared to launch an attack. With Zheng Tai and the others distracted, Jiang seized the opportunity to release the insects, their gaze piercing. Enveloped in poisonous mist, he extended his hand to the side, locking eyes with them, and declared that it was already too late. Meanwhile, the girl sat on the floor, her hand resting upon it. Raising her head, she was taken aback by the sight of the insects. While Zheng Tai's subordinates were preoccupied with cutting the roots, the insects advanced toward them. Turning his head, he caught sight of the insects, his expression shifting dramatically. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he was overcome with shock, pondering the identity of these creatures. The insects swiftly moved and launched their attack. Zheng Tai tried to defend himself with his sword, but to his dismay, the insects overwhelmed him with their strength, shattering his weapon within seconds. Shocked and disbelieving, he stared in horror as Jiang had effectively destroyed his only means of defense. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the mist wasn't poison, but rather summoned monsters. Suddenly, an insect lurched towards him from behind, poised to strike. Startled, he lifted his head, shocked by the revelation. With growing alarm, he shouted to the others, disclosing that the apparent poisonous mist emanated from these creatures. Realizing he couldn't evade the attack, Zheng Tai faced his fate. Jiang, controlling the insect with an outstretched hand, fixed him with a murderous gaze and smiled, satisfied he had finally trapped him. Just as the insect was about to strike Zheng Tai, someone intervened, placing a foot on his shoulder, calling him trash, and ordering him to get lost. Turning his head to the side, he felt a wave of confusion. Jiang, too, was both puzzled and amazed by the sight. The person intervening was none other than the man with blue hair. Drawing his sword and gripping it with one hand, he gathered momentum, leaped forward, and slowly advanced towards Jiang, executing the first form of Kongning's 9 forms. As he did this, an orange aura emanated from his body. Jiang, still enveloped by Little Nine's poisonous mist, remained silent. The girl sitting next to him covered her mouth in terror. Jiang looked up at the advancing figure and, realizing he was faster than the mist, clenched his teeth and began to sweat. He employed the Xiao family's secret technique, known as chasing dragons. Instantly, a dragon made of spiritual energy appeared, fixating on Jiang. With a fierce expression, it lunged at him. The dragon's attack was so powerful that it shattered the area around Jiang into pieces, creating a thick smoke screen in the process. Holding his sword with one hand and extending it toward Jiang, he stared intently and smiled, calling him a bastard. He knew Jiang would be a challenge, but he took comfort in knowing Jiang's level wasn't very high and his speed wasn't impressive. He believed that with this blade alone, he could defeat him. To his astonishment, once the smoke cleared several seconds later, his expression changed drastically. He was in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Jiang was still alive, protected by a shield created by the girl using her hidden profession ability, Earth Eternal Shield. With her hands extended towards the shield, it began to crack. Closing her eyes and with blood trickling from her mouth, she told Jiang that she was in great pain. Jiang, standing behind her, looked at her with a surprised and dumbfounded expression, realizing that she was actually a defensive type. The man with blue hair had overlooked her, but seeing her block his attack with the shield, he became enraged. He glared at her aggressively, clenched his teeth, and readied himself to attack again. Jiang saw this as a perfect opportunity to strike. He extended his hand to one side, releasing the poisonous mist. Moments later, he landed on the ground. Suddenly, several insects rapidly approached him from behind. One of his subordinates, lying on the ground, reached out and called out to him, urging him to be careful. Holding his sword in one hand, he turned his head and saw the insects rapidly approaching, prompting him to become alert. In a swift move, he grabbed one of his subordinates by the hood. The subordinate, confused and unaware of what was happening, found himself being used as a shield. With one hand gripping his sword and the other holding his subordinate by the hood, he positioned the subordinate in front of him. As the insects lacked intelligence, they targeted his subordinate instead of him. The force of the insect's attack sent their bodies flying backward, leaving his subordinate seriously injured. With his subordinate lying beside him, he knelt down, leaned his sword against the ground, rested his arm on his knee, and looked down at the ground, coughing. Jiang descended from the second floor, advancing toward him with disdain, thinking he was despicable for using his own man as a shield. The insect's attack pierced the man's chest as he lay on the ground. Despite being badly injured and bleeding from his mouth, he miraculously remained alive. Coughing, he drew his master's attention. Standing up, he approached Jiang and, glancing at his subordinate, expressed gratitude for enduring the attack on his behalf. Jiang, standing before him, stayed silent. The man retrieved a dragon pill from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and consumed it, unwillingly resorting to its power. He approached Jiang, dragging his sword along the ground, causing small rocks to lift and hover slowly. Observing the situation, Jiang shifted into an offensive stance. Meanwhile, the girl beside him, clutching her wounded arm, stayed motionless. Gripping his sword tightly and aiming it at Jiang, the man's eyes gleamed with malice as he threatened to decapitate Jiang with his next strike. Jiang, however, remained composed, meeting the man's gaze with calm resolve, prepared to confront any attack. As the Dragon Yuan pill's power surged through him, an immense elemental energy dragon materialized behind him, its colossal form shimmering with an intense glow. The dragon's eyes sparkled with readiness, signaling that it was primed for battle. He planted his feet firmly, the ground beneath him fracturing into shards with the force of his stance. With a fierce grip, He brandished his sword and locked eyes with Jiang, his gaze burning with a relentless resolve to end the fight once and for all. His energy radiated with such intensity that the rocks around him began to levitate. Jiang's gaze fixated on the formidable dragon, a wave of terror washing over him as he doubted his ability to endure the impending assault. The blue-haired warrior slowly unsheathed his sword, the blade glinting ominously. With a steely determination, he resolved to execute the second technique of the dragon slash, preparing for a decisive strike. In that instant, he unleashed the formidable descending dragon's cut, directing a devastating strike towards Jiang. As he did, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from his body, and in a flash, the elemental energy dragon surged forward with incredible speed, its jaws parted wide, poised to deliver the final blow. At that critical moment, the girl stepped in front of Jiang, her resolve unwavering. With her hands outstretched towards the oncoming assault, she summoned the Earth Eternal Shield once more. Jiang shielded his face with his elbow and glanced her way. Seeing her, battered yet steadfast, ready to intercept yet another attack, he couldn't hide his surprise at her tenacity. In a flash, a shimmering green shield enveloped them. The spiritual dragon, undeterred, launched a fierce assault on the barrier, causing the ground to fracture and a thick veil of smoke to rise. With her hands outstretched, she focused all her energy on maintaining the shield against the relentless attack. Eyes closed and teeth clenched, she explained to Jiang, her voice strained yet clear, that the man's power had surged dramatically. He had consumed the Xiao family's secret dragon Yun pill, amplifying the dragon's strength many times over. Her shield, unable to fully repel the assault, began to fracture, signaling their impending doom. As the cracks widened, she mustered every ounce of her remaining strength to sustain it for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Jiang clutched his cloak, his gaze fixated on the spiritual dragon. He couldn't help but marvel at its power, realizing the true extent of the blue-haired warrior's strength. Each blow from the dragon was lethal, showcasing the terrifying might behind every strike. The earlier assault had already been awe-inspiring, leaving Jiang unprepared for the sheer force of this new attack. The blue-haired warrior leaped forward, closing the distance between them, his gaze locking onto Jiang with a fierce intensity. Noticing the shield beginning to fracture, a smug smile curled on his lips. He unleashed the descending dragon's cut repeatedly, each powerful slash aimed directly at the weakening barrier, determined to shatter it completely. Jiang's eyes met those of the blue-haired warrior, and with steely resolve, he raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Recognizing the merciless strength of his opponent, Jiang resolved to hold nothing back. As the girl's shield finally shattered, a horde of thousands of insects surged from Jiang's hand, swarming into the sky with a buzzing fury. The blue-haired warrior's eyes widened in shock as he gazed upward at the teeming mass of insects filling the sky. Clenching his teeth, confusion and alarm flickered across his face as he struggled to comprehend what was unfolding. Amidst the swarming horde pouring from Jiang's hand, Jiang fixed his stare on the blue-haired man, and with a steady voice, warned him to prepare for what was coming next. Sitting on the ground behind him, the girl pressed a hand to the wound on her shoulder, her eyes widening in surprise as she watched Jiang. She couldn't help but wonder if he truly possessed the extraordinary powers of the creation class. As swarms of insects gathered around Jiang, they directed their collective gaze towards the blue-haired warrior, poised and ready to strike. As Jiang advanced towards him, he issued the command for the insects to attack. At the sound of this command, the blue-haired warrior clenched his teeth in panic, realizing the dire situation he was in. Knowing that facing such a multitude of insects at once left him with little chance of victory, fear gripped him. With Jiang's order echoing in the air, the insect surged forward, closing in on him and preparing to strike. Confronted by the overwhelming swarm of insects, he drew his sword and adopted a defensive posture. With a determined expression, he fixed his gaze on Jiang and executed the descending dragon cut. As his sword pulsed with potent energy, he refused to yield, dismissing the insects as mere nuisances unworthy of his surrender. Effortlessly, he began slicing through the insects, even as Little Nine emitted a poisonous mist from Jiang's body. Fixing him with a piercing gaze, he extended his hand and questioned the truth of his beliefs. To his astonishment, the injured insects started regenerating before his eyes, Surprised by this unexpected turn, he couldn't help but wonder how such regeneration was possible. Moments later, the insects pressed forward, renewing their assault. He fought back with his sword, cleaving through their bodies, only to watch them regenerate with alarming speed. Panic gripped him as he grappled with the realization that these creatures couldn't be killed by conventional means. As the insects continued to swarm from Jiang's body, he regarded the blue-haired warrior with a steely gaze, determined to test his endurance. Behind him, the girl turned her head, her expression a mix of astonishment and admiration, pondering the true extent of his strength. Enraged by Jiang's taunts, he swung his sword with fury, unleashing the descending dragon cut once more, cleaving an insect in half. As the spiritual dragon reappeared, it opened its maw and began devouring the insects. He had chosen this attack strategically, knowing that the dragon's relentless appetite would prevent the insects from regenerating. Caught off guard, he felt a sharp bite on his arm as an insect attacked from behind, injecting venom and forcing him to release his grip on his sword. With a grimace of pain, he turned to see the insect, gritting his teeth as he realized the gravity of the situation. This turn of events was far from ideal. With his right hand incapacitated by poison, wielding the sword was no longer an option. Forced to act quickly, he reached into his garments and retrieved a crimson object. As the insects closed in, he raised the object skyward and invoked the technique known as Jade Protection of Life. In that moment, a potent crimson aura enveloped his form, radiating with formidable energy. Mocking Jiang, he questioned whether Jiang truly believed he could defeat the mighty Xiao family with a mere swarm of insects. Jiang remained silent, observing him intently. The blue-haired man extended his hand towards him, his expression serious as he inquired about the nature of the treasure and its remarkable power. With his command issued, he directed the insects to consume him. However, the object summoned a protective shield around the blue-haired man's body. Despite Jiang's orders, the insects relentlessly attacked the shield to no avail. Witnessing their futile efforts, he swiftly recognized that not even a scratch had been made upon the shield by the assault. As the blue-haired man tended to the wound on his arm from the insect bite, he turned to Jiang and cautioned him against expending his efforts, explaining that the shield was powered by the inherited treasure of the Xiao family known as the Jade Treasure, imbued with divine capabilities. However, Jiang remained undeterred, insisting on another assault and commanding the insects to attack once more. The blue-haired man fixed his gaze on Jiang, elucidating that once the Jade Treasure was activated, the shield became impervious to all external assaults. With this protective barrier in place, Jiang's attempts to harm him would be futile. Jiang maintained his silence as the insects persisted in attacking the shield. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man advanced toward them. Witnessing Jiang's mastery over the insects and his ability to wield the ancestral treasure, the blue-haired man couldn't help but commend him for his remarkable prowess. Even if Jiang were to exhaust all his strategies, he wouldn't be able to inflict harm. Witnessing the man's advance, the girl rose to her feet and seized Jiang's garments. In moments, blood trickled from the man's mouth as he drew near Jiang. With a smile, he extended a final offer. If Jiang agreed to submit and follow him, he could grant Jiang the coveted status of sharing his surname, a privilege many aspired to attain. With his proposal laid out, he urged Jiang to ponder it meticulously, emphasizing not to overlook such a significant opportunity. Jiang regarded him with a composed expression, taking several moments of silence to contemplate. However, as he fixed his gaze upon the blue-haired man, a wave of anger washed over him. It infuriated Jiang to see the blue-haired man's arrogance had blinded him to the gravity of his circumstances. Upon hearing this, the girl turned her head towards him, a perplexed expression crossing her features as she pondered Jiang's intentions. He approached Jiang, extending his hand with a smirk, and requested him to cease his boasting. Whether Jiang accepted the offer or not held little significance to him, for even if he couldn't eliminate Jiang today, he remained confident that he could do so on any other given day. Under the extensive influence of the Xiao family across the nation, evading or confronting them would prove futile. Jiang fixed the blue-haired man with a steady gaze, a smile playing at his lips. He reminded the blue-haired man of his earlier assertion that one couldn't uncover anything if there were no traces to discover. After stating this, Jiang posed a question. What would be the consequences if he were to perish without leaving behind any evidence? Suddenly, a colossal tentacle slammed into the ground, its impact echoing through the air. At the sound, the blue-haired man's head jerked back slightly, his expression morphing into one of dread as he pondered the source of the disturbance. This massive appendage belonged to the insect mother, who emerged from the swarm and loomed behind them. Witnessing her immense size, the girl collapsed to the ground in shock. The blue-haired man gazed upwards, his expression fraught with fear and beads of sweat forming on his brow as he beheld the immense and menacing figure before him. Meanwhile, Jiang issued the command for the insect mother to consume him. Little Nine, upon hearing Jiang's directive, began to move towards the blue-haired man, expressing gratitude to Jiang as she hungered for the prey. At this revelation, the blue-haired man's countenance shifted dramatically, reflecting his growing apprehension. A fear unlike any he had ever experienced gripped him. Little Nine smiled menacingly as she used her formidable strength to lash out with her tentacle, striking the blue-haired man with tremendous force. His body was hurled through the air, crashing violently into the wall, which shattered upon impact. Screams of agony escaped him as he struggled to comprehend the existence of a monstrous being like Little Nine. The blue-haired man inquired of Jiang about the nature of Little Nine, expressing disbelief at her monstrous form. With a composed demeanor, Jiang elucidated that Little Nine had recently completed her reproduction cycle, making him and the jade precisely what she required to satiate her hunger. Meanwhile, Little Nine continued her relentless assault on the blue-haired man, repeatedly striking him with her tentacle, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of smoke. Within moments, the shield began to shatter into fragments, prompting him to cry out in agony, bewildered by the ease with which the barrier had crumbled. Blood seeped from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The realization dawned upon him that the fate of the Xiao family and the jade were now hanging by a thread, on the verge of vanishing entirely. With the shield shattered, Little Nine fixed her gaze upon him, her intent clear as she drew her tentacle closer, preparing to administer the fatal strike. Jiang maintained a stoic demeanor, silently observing the unfolding scene. Little Nine launched her attack on the blue-haired man, pulverizing the ground into fragments in the process. After a brief interval, Little Nine completed her transformation, assuming her human guise once more and embracing Jiang. With closed eyes and a serene smile, she remarked that the blue-haired man had been quite satisfying. Expressing her gratitude, she went on to declare that she loved Jiang the most. Meanwhile, the girl sitting on the floor turned her head away, her expression a mix of confusion and fear upon witnessing Little Nine's transformation. As Jiang walked away, he glanced back at her, resolving to ensure her safety. Panic surged through the girl as she sat on the floor, her brow damp with sweat. The realization that she now harbored his secret weighed heavily on her mind, prompting fearful thoughts of whether he might eliminate her to maintain his silence. Jiang fixed the girl with a penetrating gaze, contemplating his next move. As he stood there, the air around him began to shimmer with Little Nine's toxic mist, and a swarm of menacing insects gathered at his back, their attention locked on her, poised to strike. He stepped closer, his eyes dropping to the ground, and in a chilling voice, demanded she provide a compelling reason for him to spare her life. Seeing the menacing mist and insects, she was seized with panic. She dropped to her knees, her hands trembling as she produced a small pouch of gold coins. Bowing her head, she pleaded, "This is everything I have. It's worth millions, my entire life savings. Take it, just spare me." Jiang picked up a coin, its weight cold in his hand. He eyed her closely, noting the genuine fear and desperation in her voice. For a moment, he considered her offer, sensing a hint of sincerity in her plea. Despite her apparent sincerity, Jiang was wary. She knew too much and had a history of deceit. He concluded that she posed too great a risk to leave alive. As she sensed his resolve, she rose to her feet, eyes closed in a desperate act of faith. With one hand raised skyward, she solemnly swore by the name Luo San Dao that if she had lied, she would accept the heaven's wrath in the form of 5 thunderbolts. Jiang hesitated, puzzled by her declaration. He couldn't be sure if Luo Sandao was indeed her true name or another fabrication, given her propensity for lying without regard for the truth. Luo Sandao stepped forward, offering her identification card with a steady hand. Her eyes held a sincere, unwavering gaze as she spoke. "What I'm telling you is the truth. I can't explain why my parents chose this name for me, but I swear, I'm not deceiving you." She paused, then added, "If you still have doubts, my ID card will confirm it." Jiang accepted her identification card, bringing it closer for inspection. The photo depicted a round-faced girl, markedly different from the woman before him. Puzzled, he questioned Luo Sandao. "Are you sure this is you?" In response, she grasped a few strands of her hair, mimicking the appearance of twin ponytails. Closing her eyes and puffing out her cheeks, she explained with a hint of embarrassment, "This was taken 2 years ago. I hadn't grown up yet and hadn't lost the weight." Seeing the comical earnestness in her expression, Jiang couldn't help but turn away, bursting into laughter. His outburst left the insects hovering behind him visibly puzzled. Regaining his composure, he fixed her with a piercing stare and said, "I still can't trust you. This secret you're trying to protect, it's a burden only the dead can carry." Before Jiang could finish his sentence, she sprang into action. Activating her storage ring, she conjured a shimmering portal. With one hand reaching into its depths, she retrieved a scroll and advanced toward him. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Don't worry about this." Jiang, taken aback, stared at the scroll in astonishment and asked, "What is that?" With both hands, she unfurled the scroll, her movements deliberate and steady. "This is a sealing scroll," she explained to Jiang, her voice edged with a mix of fear and resolve. "Once I reveal your secret, it will execute me instantly. I'm terrified of dying, which is why I brought this out." As she spoke, a system window materialized in front of Jiang, indicating that she had sworn to safeguard his secret at the cost of her own life. If she revealed this secret, she would be executed, she reiterated, her voice trembling. Jiang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that such a thing existed in the world. After a few moments of stunned silence, he cautiously took the scroll from her hands. Squinting with one eye as he examined it closely with the other, he finally nodded in acceptance. With the confidentiality scroll binding her to secrecy, Jiang decided to spare her life, at least for the time being. Grateful, she expressed her thanks. Curiosity piqued, he turned to her and inquired about the scroll's cost. She touched her finger to her cheek, thoughtfully considering his question, and then replied, "It's worth about 10 million. Jiang clenched the scroll tightly and advanced towards her, his expression darkening with the realization that she had just exhausted the only valuable item in her storage ring. Seeing her trembling hands, she panicked and suggested, "If you come with me to my home, my parents will treat you well and reward you generously." Jiang turned away from her, beginning to walk, and stated that he had to report to the night watch early the next morning, so he couldn't delay any longer. After bidding her good luck, he started to move away. As she watched him retreat, she called out to him, catching his attention. She requested that he accompany her home since her house was much closer than the night watch headquarters. Near her house, there was a teleportation station, and she assured him that he would arrive on time if he accompanied her. Initially hesitant, Jiang eventually agreed, and several hours later, they arrived at the Grand Luo family mansion. The estate was stunningly vast and opulent, resembling a castle in its grandeur. Inside, a group of hooded figures knelt before a woman seated upon a throne, the center of attention in the mansion. A man approached her and delivered the news about her daughter. Shocked by the revelation, she struggled to comprehend how such a thing could have happened. The Xiao family's actions of theft, murder, and now deceit had pushed her tolerance to its limit. Seeing her fury, the man implored her to direct her anger away from him, acknowledging his role in causing her pain and suffering. A few minutes later, Luo Sandao entered the room and quietly moved to her mother's side. She sat down, laying her head on her mother's lap, tears streaming down her face. Her mother comforted her with a gentle touch before turning her furious gaze towards her subordinates. In that moment, she resolved decisively to take action against the Xiao family. Her husband approached her, his gaze steady and reassuring. He gently gestured with his hands, speaking in a serious tone, urging her to calm herself. He emphasized that the priority was Luo Sandao's safe return. He reminded her of the Xiao family's influence as a powerful entity in the country, cautioning that their family, as mere merchants, couldn't afford to provoke them. Jiang observed silently, pondering that her true name must be Luo Sandao. Her father turned towards Jiang, offering him a black card. With a grateful smile and closed eyes, he thanked Jiang for rescuing their daughter, urging him to keep the black card. Beside him, the mother turned her head, eyes closed in a serene expression, and warmly acknowledged Jiang as their benefactor. She had prepared a meal for him, intending for him to eat in peace before using their efficient teleportation system. Jiang accepted the black card gratefully, closing his eyes as he expressed his intention not to eat. However, just then, his stomach rumbled loudly. Blushing slightly, he chuckled, scratching the back of his head sheepishly, and reluctantly decided to partake in a small portion of the meal. Seeing Jiang's hunger, her father gestured to where the food was laid out, prompting immediate organization. Meanwhile, her mother placed a hand near her face, closed her eyes, and smiled contentedly. The finest chefs of the Luo family swiftly prepared a feast. Within minutes, Jiang savored several dishes, stacking them into a tower as he enjoyed the meal. As a waiter approached with another dish, he appeared puzzled and somewhat surprised. Jiang sat with one hand on the table, the other holding a piece of meat, contemplating how his growing appetite seemed to coincide with the increasing number of insects around him. Next to him sat Luo Sandao, who turned to Jiang with a smile, advising him to take his time and enjoy his meal. Beside her, her parents sat, closing their eyes and wearing joyful smiles as they silently observed Jiang. As Jiang continued to eat heartily, Luo Sandao couldn't help but blush and feel pleasantly surprised watching him. Sipping her tea, the mother conveyed to her father what their daughter had mentioned, that Jiang belonged to the creation class and possessed a divine rank. Perplexed, she couldn't fathom how he managed to rescue their daughter from the Xiao family. Her father, deep in thought, rested his hand under his chin as he contemplated Jiang. She explained to her husband that despite their daughter's reluctance to admit it, she was certain Jiang possessed hidden abilities and was more capable than he appeared. She also noted his handsome appearance. They exchanged a knowing glance and smiled, both silently considering that if Jiang could aid them in their struggle against the Xiao family and protect their daughter indefinitely, he would be an ideal ally. With a warm smile, her father asked Jiang if he had a girlfriend. Her mother also mentioned that in their family, Sandao was currently single. She hinted at Sandao's proficiency in a hidden profession. Aside from excelling in business, she was skilled in financial management. Her father stood nearby, giving Jiang a thumbs up as he complimented Sandao's attractive physique, noting her measurements of 24 to 36. He also suggested that they would make a perfect couple and even mentioned names he had thought of for their future children. Jiang, who was taking a sip of water, set the glass down abruptly, nearly spitting out the water in shock. Hearing her parents' suggestion, she blushed deeply, feeling bewildered by what was unfolding. Without hesitation, Jiang quickly excused himself, expressing gratitude for their hospitality. He mentioned feeling full and having urgent matters to attend to. Observing this, her father requested him to wait a bit longer, as they had something important to discuss with him. Sandao intervened, approaching her father and placing a hand over his mouth, urging him to remain silent. Her mother turned to Sandao with a disappointed expression and took a seat. Sandao's father approached and informed her that Jiang had departed, suggesting she bid him farewell as her husband. Sandao's mother reassured her, noting that her father knew the location of the black card, so there was no need to worry. She was startled by the revelation that they intended to follow him wherever he went. Gripping her knees tightly, she closed her eyes and let out a scream, pleading with them to stop talking. As she looked down, her mind raced with thoughts of Jiang. She couldn't deny his handsome and strong appearance, yet she found him equally intimidating. Despite his fearsome demeanor, she couldn't deny his undeniable charm and strength. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanshan, the patriarch, received the devastating news of his grandson's death. Enraged, he ordered his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation into the murder, determined to find the perpetrator. The identity of the culprit remained a mystery to him. He instructed his other grandson to promptly dispatch someone to investigate the matter. As a subordinate knelt before him, Xiao Beihan, with one hand casually in his pants pocket, approached his grandfather. Gesturing with his free hand, he voiced his disappointment, stating that his cousin, despite being over 20 years old, had only reached level 30 of the second transformation and thus deemed useless. After expressing his thoughts, Xiao Beihan questioned the significance of mourning the death of someone he deemed useless, suggesting to his grandfather that it wasn't worth becoming so enraged over. Xiao Yuanshan, seated with both hands on his knees, fixed his gaze on Xiao Beihan and remarked that his cousin was indeed mediocre, pale in comparison to him. Thus, he considered it no loss that his cousin was dead. Xiao Beihan further asserted that, after all, his cousin was still his grandfather's grandson. Even to strike a dog, one had to consider its owner. He expressed curiosity about who in the country would dare to kill a member of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beihan smiled, extending his hand forward as a malevolent energy began to radiate from it. He reassured his grandfather not to concern himself with such trivial matters. Once the Tianjiao camp issue was resolved, regardless of guilt, he pledged to handle it on his behalf. Meanwhile, Jiang arrived at the Night Watch office. He opened the door and entered, where he found the Night Watch leader and several others gathered. Ji Gang turned to his side in mild surprise upon seeing Jiang's arrival. Walking over, he scratched the back of his head and introduced himself as Jang Chen, the new member of the Night Watch. Jiang couldn't help but notice the crowd gathered and wondered about their presence. Ji Gang approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, closing his eyes, and with a smile, informed him that they had been anticipating his arrival. Upon hearing this, Jiang was surprised. Ji Gang proceeded to introduce him to the key new members of their group. The first was Yun Xiaoke, a level 45 healer in the second stage. Formerly the youngest, Jiang had now usurped that position from her. Blushing slightly, she covered her mouth, gazing at Jiang and thinking to herself how handsome he was. She had never collaborated with someone so striking before. The second member introduced was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer also in the second stage. Though not very talkative, he exuded a sense of confidence. He rested a hand on his hip and lifted the other near his forehead, greeting Jiang with a smile and expressing his pleasure at meeting him. The third member introduced was Chu Bulang, a level 49 warrior known for his compact frame, yet formidable strength and eloquence. Stepping forward to Jiang, he stood squarely in front of him, closed his eyes briefly, and grinned as he remarked that having a professional member of divine level was an achievement worth boasting about for a lifetime. The fourth member introduced herself as Tang Jin, a master in the third stage, level 61, specializing in the fire class and holding the rank of sub-commander. Approaching them, she placed her hands on Chu Bulang's and Jiang's heads, gently caressing them, and with a warm smile, requested that they address her as Aunt Tang from now on. She assured them they would have meat every day. Jiang introduced himself with a humble smile as an awakened from the creation class. He wondered aloud how he could warrant such enthusiasm from them. Deep down, he knew that despite its clarity and divine level, the creation class of spiritual mastery was often undervalued by others. Jiang casually slipped one hand into his pocket and gestured with the other, asserting that there was nothing wrong with being a divine-level spiritual master in the creation class. He advised not to heed the words of ignorant critics who spoke nonsense. The team all trusted him. Tang Jin placed her hands on her hips, turned towards him, and smiled warmly, remarking that he was special for choosing to be among them. The Night Watch would be his new home from now on. Ji Gang walked up to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and got straight to the point. Gesturing to one side and wearing a serious expression, he explained that to enroll in the Tianjiao training camp, he needed to be at least level 20. He wasn't sure about Jiang's current level. Jiang, with a calm demeanor, revealed that he was now at level 17. This news left him somewhat surprised, considering Jiang had changed jobs just 3 days ago. Grabbing Jiang by the shoulders, he closed his eyes and laughed out loud, thinking he had definitely made the right choice in selecting him. He believed that Jiang possessed true divine talent, making it feasible for him to advance 3 levels in 3 days. Without hesitation, he decided to enroll Jiang in the Tianjiao Genius Camp immediately. Jigang opened his eyes, turned his head, and noticed everyone else watching him with serious expressions. He put his hand in his pocket, turned to Jiang, and with a serious expression, asked if he had encountered any trouble with someone dangerous in the past 3 days. An unknown 3rd grade master was using their divine class to investigate Jiang's whereabouts. Glancing down at the ground, he couldn't help but wonder if a member of the Xiao family might be behind this. Hey everyone! Today we're diving into Chapter 12 of Supreme Zerg Overlord. If you enjoy the content, please like, subscribe, and drop a comment below for more updates. Jigang crossed his arms and told Yun Xiaoke that he was leaving the rest in her hands. She nodded in understanding and lifted her hands towards the sky, summoning a green energy that formed a barrier. Turning to the group, she explained that she had created a protective shield against espionage around the headquarters, ensuring they could speak freely without fear of being overheard. Jiang stood still, watching her with curiosity as her power expanded in all directions, causing the protective barrier to grow larger. Jigang approached Jiang, placed a hand on his shoulder, closed his eyes, and with a pleasant smile, asked if there was something he was hiding. Adding that they were all there to help him, the others listened attentively in silence. Jiang lowered his head, touched his forehead with his hand, and with a sorrowful expression, revealed that he had killed Xiao Yuanwu from the Xiao family the previous day. Although he had thoroughly eliminated all traces and disposed of the body, he wasn't certain if the Xiao family had other methods of investigation and tracking. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Tang Jin stared at Jiang with a terrified expression and asked if he had truly eliminated a member of the Xiao family. Jigang extended his hand toward Jiang, his face filled with surprise, and asked if he had killed Xiao Yuanshan's grandson. Chu Bulang was stunned, wondering how powerful Jiang must be to have killed a member of the Xiao family. Seeing their reactions, Jiang, still holding his head, thought he had now brought trouble to everyone. Jigang looked at Jiang and explained to the group that it was well known the Xiao family had committed many evil acts. The young members of the Xiao family had caused numerous problems in recent years. Jigang praised Jiang for his actions, noting he had done a good deed by protecting others. Crossing his arms with a serious expression, he recalled that the power of the 8th transformation was undoubtedly terrifying. However, to his knowledge, Xiao Yuanwu, the last grandson, was the most incompetent and least favored. That being said, it was possible that old Xiao Yuanshan would not personally intervene. Tang Jin, with one hand on her waist and the other extended toward Jiang, looked at him with a determined gaze. She assured him not to worry, promising that if the Xiao family sent someone after him, the Night Watch would protect him, as they were far from weak. Jiang looked at Jigang with a warm gaze, unable to suppress a smile and a feeling of happiness. As an orphan, despite the help of neighbors throughout his childhood, this was the first time he felt a sense of home. Jigang turned away and began to walk off, glancing back slightly. He mused that even though Xiao Yuanwu was considered useless, he had probably already reached the 2nd level of cultivation. He quickly approached Jiang, grabbed him by the shoulders, and with a surprised look, stared into his eyes. "How did you manage to kill someone at level 30 in the combat class, when you're only at level 17 in the creation class?" he asked. Jiang, becoming nervous and starting to sweat, extended his hand and urged him not to get too excited, explaining that he had actually received help at that moment. Upon hearing this, Jigang inquired about who had assisted him. Jiang scratched the back of his head, closed his eyes, and with a strained smile, disclosed that it was the 3rd daughter of the Luo family from Jiangnan who had come to his aid. He also mentioned that she possessed an awakened hidden defense ability. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Jiang with surprise, wondering if he was referring to Luo Sandao, the daughter of the wealthiest merchant family in Jiangnan, the Luo family. Jigang approached Jiang, grabbed him by the shoulders once more, shook him gently, closed his eyes, and with a warm smile, praised him. He acknowledged that while the Luo family was not known for its warriors, their wealth was undeniable. If Jiang ever found himself in trouble, the Luo family wouldn't stand idly by. Jiang glanced at Jigang, feeling anxious as he wondered what Jigang was thinking. Suddenly, Jiang's body started emitting a potent purple energy. Several seconds later, when Jigang opened his eyes, he saw Jiang enveloped in a powerful aura. He quickly withdrew his hands from Jiang's shoulders, visibly shocked, sweat dripping down his face. He looked at Jiang with a surprised expression, recalling that Luo Sandao had awakened in the defense class, implying she lacked offensive capabilities. This realization meant that Jiang was indeed the one who had killed Yuanwu. Jiang extended his hand forward, revealing the poisonous mist of Little Nine in his palm. As he stared at it, he disclosed to everyone that he was actually awakened in 2 specialized classes. He explained that his hidden second class was poison. Duanfeng, standing behind him, looked on with a surprised expression, deeply shocked and curious about this newfound power. Jigang attempted to shake Jiang's hand, inquiring about any more secrets he might be hiding. However, Jiang moved his hand aside, revealing the poisonous mist of Little Nine in his palm. He explained the potent toxicity of the mist, cautioning them against exposure. The others remained silent, observing the revelation without interruption. Just before Jiang could finish his sentence, Jigang approached him, shook his hand, then closed his eyes and reassured him with a smile not to worry, as he was confident in his ability to defend against poisons. As Little Nine's poisonous mist gradually made contact with Jigang's hand, Tang Jin stared intently at their hands, unable to suppress her curiosity about this peculiar poison. Several seconds later, once Jigang stopped shaking Jiang's hand and withdrew it, he observed that his hand had already been affected by the poison. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jiang placed a hand on Jigang's shoulder, closed his eyes, and admitted that this time he had crossed a line. The poisonous mist slowly spread over Jigang's hand. He grabbed his wrist with his other hand, glaring at Jiang with intensity, and demanded he stop talking nonsense, since he hadn't made any effort to protect himself from the poison from the start. Hearing this, Tang Jin, standing behind him, closed her eyes and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Bulang sat beside Jigang's hand, studying it closely, pondering the nature of this poison. Quickly, Jigang turned his head towards Xiaoke and urgently called for her to come and assist him in neutralizing the poison. Xiaoke, with one hand extended to the side, deactivated the barrier, causing the energy to dissipate gradually. She brought her other hand near her mouth, closed her eyes, and laughed lightly as she responded affirmatively to Jigang. Jiang reiterated that he had warned Jigang about the potency of the poison. Sitting on the couch with one hand on his knee, he extended the other hand holding the poison to the side. Xiaoke approached him, closed her eyes, and placed both hands near his affected hand. Using her power, she began the process of healing him. As she healed him, Jigang turned towards Jiang, closed his eyes, and with a strained smile, remarked that the poison was potent, noting that having diverse skills brought him joy. Chu Bulang approached, placing both hands on the arm of the sofa, silently observing Jiang with a focused gaze. Several seconds later, after Xiaoke had fully healed his hand, she looked at Jiang with a serious expression. Despite acknowledging his talent, she advised him against enrolling in the Tianjiao camp due to the recent incident with the Zhao family. She cautioned that even though the camp offered valuable resources, the risk of encountering the Xiao family prodigy was too great. Therefore, it wasn't worth risking for just a few resources. Standing behind him, Tang Jin placed a hand on her waist, closed her eyes, and nodded in agreement with Jigang. Jiang looked at Jigang with a puzzled expression and asked him what he meant by resources. With his eyes still closed, Jigang explained that resources referred to items like the blood of fierce beasts, equipment, and other valuable items. If someone managed to be among the first, they would also receive rewards like mysterious fruits and secret realm scrolls. Upon hearing this, Jiang was taken aback and started to question whether Jigang's words were true. He began to envision the benefits, considering that these resources were far superior to hunting fierce beasts on one's own. Although there was a possibility the insects could reproduce again at any moment, Jiang, surrounded by the poisonous mist, fixed Jigang with a serious gaze. He insisted on being allowed to enroll in the camp, expressing his fearlessness in the face of danger. Jiang was confident in his abilities and assured Jigang that he could protect himself. Upon hearing this, Jigang asked Jiang to wait while he considered the request. Meanwhile, on the west lake belonging to the Xiao family, a temple stood in the middle of the water. Someone entered the lake and used their power to part the water, creating a large crack in the ground as they approached the temple. This person was Xiao Beihan, the pride of the Xiao family. Witnessing his immense power, the others recognized him as the strongest prodigy of the Xiao family, whose combat prowess had ascended to a new level. As drops of water from the lake fell like rain, Beihan gripped his sword with one hand, turned back with a serious expression, and ordered his subordinates to cease their chatter. He also inquired if they had discovered what they were searching for. 3 hooded men placed their hands on their abdomens, bowed their heads before Xiao Beihan, closed their eyes, and one of them informed him that they had discovered young Master Yuanwu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sundao. They also revealed that she had been traveling with someone named Jang Chen. Beihan turned his head slightly, and with a serious expression, recalled that the girl from the Luo family was not from the combat class. He then asked his subordinate about Jiang Chen's identity. The subordinate revealed that Jiang Chen had awakened as a divine ranked creation class. The latest information they had was that he had gone to the Night Watch headquarters. One of the men placed a hand on his chest, bowed before him, closed his eyes, and disclosed that they had learned that both he and Luo Sandao had enrolled in the camp. He added that they were only suspects at this point, with no concrete evidence yet. Upon hearing this, Beihan couldn't help but smile. With a penetrating gaze, he looked aside and considered them genuine suspects in the matter. The prospect of someone awakening a divine-ranked creation class intrigued him deeply. Knowing they had enrolled in the camp, he felt relieved, as it spared him the need for a special trip to search for them. 3 days later, he resolved to eliminate them at the camp. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Ji Gang and Jiang entered his office and sat on the sofa. Ji Gang, with one arm resting on his knee, gestured with his other hand to the side, focused his gaze on Jiang, and expressed his concern. Despite enrolling Jiang in the Tianjiao camp, he remained deeply worried. He had already secured a formidable ally among his assigned companions, Mu Hanqiu, the little princess from the Mu family. She boasted cultivation at the 7th level of transformation and was renowned as the Sealing Queen. Before heading to the camp, Jiang had to accompany her on an expedition to explore a secret realm. This journey would not only allow him to advance his cultivation, but also establish early bonds with his future comrades. Seated in front of Jigang, Jiang rested his elbows on the sofa's arms, quietly listening. Jigang approached, took Jiang's hand, and looked at him with a smile. He mentioned that he had heard Mu Hanqiu was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also of the same age as Jiang. She would arrive soon, so he urged Jiang to charm her upon her arrival. Jiang, hearing this, couldn't help but feel nervous and unsure. He forced a smile at Ji Gang and agreed to give it his best shot. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, and Ji Gang granted permission for the person to enter. Mu Hanqiu and a man opened the door and stepped inside. She leaned on one elbow, supporting her head with her hand, and fixed her gaze on Jiang. She explained that Ji Gang had requested her company for an expedition to a secret realm. The man chuckled, placing a hand behind his head and smiling with closed eyes. She inquired if Ji Gang had reconsidered. Ji Gang expressed his honor at meeting her in person. Mu Hanqiu crossed her arms and glanced at the ground, feeling a bit perplexed. The man scratched his head and smiled. Observing their interactions, Jiang couldn't help but wonder what was unfolding. Both stood up. Ji Gang rested his arm on Jiang's shoulder and placed his other hand on his waist. He looked at Mu Hanqiu and explained that he hadn't responded yesterday because he was upset with her grandfather. However, today he was willing to accept her request with a special condition. She must take Jang Chen with her. Upon hearing this, Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. He was somewhat surprised and began to wonder what was happening. Mu Hanqiu placed her hand on her hip and approached them, informing Jiang that she had already given him the level 30 secret realm scroll. After stating this, she inquired if he still wished to impose additional conditions. With his hand resting on Jiang's shoulder, Jiang mentioned that everyone had their own conditions. Hearing this, Mu Hanqiu speculated that they were seeking a reliable companion to advance together, considering Jiang couldn't enter a secret realm below level 50. She inferred that this was why they sought her out. The man clasped his hands behind his back and silently approached them with a smile. Mu Hanqiu walked up to Jiang, locked eyes with him, and inquired about his level and awakened class. Jiang met her gaze and calmly replied that he was at level 17 and had awakened in the creation class. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanqiu retorted. She placed a hand on her waist, pointed at Jiang with the other hand, and gave him a disdainful look. Upon seeing that he was only a level 17 novice in the creation class, she insulted him, calling him trash. Jiang couldn't help but feel angered and considered her a spoiled brat. Jiang exploded in rage, tightly clenching his fist with a hateful glare as he prepared to reprimand her severely. He called her an empty-headed brat and demanded more respect, emphasizing that Jiang had awakened a hidden divine rank. Witnessing this, the other man gently took hold of Jiang's arm, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, implored him to calm down. He explained that Mu Hanqiu's boyfriend had recently left her, which might have been the reason for her behavior. She glanced back and felt a surge of fear upon seeing their reactions. Mu Hanqiu realized she might have crossed a line this time. Jiang turned to Jiang, surprised and confused by his demeanor. Feeling nervous, Mu Hanqiu turned towards Jiang, closed her eyes, extended her hands in apology, and asked him to calm Jiang down. Jiang scratched his head, contemplating the peculiar situation. The secret realm they were headed to was called the Village of Light, level 30, with entry limited to a maximum of 5 people below level 50. The objectives to complete this secret realm included eliminating all monsters, defeating the boss, or destroying the sacrifice altar. Several hours later, they reached the portal. Duanfeng, with a hand on his waist, turned to face them and addressed everyone with a serious expression. He declared that he would be leading this expedition and instructed everyone to pay attention. He emphasized the importance of sticking together and instructed them that if they got separated or faced danger, they should promptly return to the teleportation point. While the likelihood of the secret realm becoming unstable was low, precautions were still necessary in case of unforeseen circumstances. Everyone needed to return to this point promptly if they encountered any issues. Mu Hanqiu, with her arms crossed, smiled as she listened intently. Approaching Jiang, he gestured toward the portal, closed his eyes, and with a smile, mentioned that a level 30 secret realm scroll cost at least 1 billion. Yun Xiaoke, holding her elbow with her other hand, remained silent and attentive. Mu Hanqiu, arms crossed, turned back to look at Jiang. She taunted him as a newbie and warned him not to cry like a baby once they entered the secret realm, as it would hinder their progress. Jiang stared at her silently. Everyone entered the portal. Chubulang glanced back and assured Jiang with a smile that he would protect him. Jiang approached the portal, feeling uneasy despite the realm being only level 30. After several minutes, the entire group entered the hidden realm. Inside, they found a lush, verdant mountain, teeming with trees and grasses. Nestled at its heart lay a mysterious village, encircled by majestic, snow-capped peaks. As they neared the summit, Chu Bulang, trailing behind the others, couldn't help but marvel at the village's enchanting beauty. He questioned why no monsters were in sight. Jiang remained silent, captivated by the village's serene beauty. Meanwhile, Duanfeng, with his hand resting on his waist, gazed towards the village and suggested to the group that the monsters were probably concealed within the villagers' houses. Determined to uncover them, he resolved to search each house one by one. After some time, the group made their way down the mountain and reached the village. As they walked, Duanfeng reassured everyone, assigning specific roles for the upcoming challenge. He instructed Chu Bulang to draw the enemy's attention and engage them head-on. Duanfeng would focus on dealing damage, while Xiaoke was tasked with healing. Jiang and Mu Hanqiu were to follow closely behind, ready to support as needed. He urged Jiang and Mu Hanqiu not to fall behind. The group responded with a firm acknowledgement. Within the village, a stone inscribed with the Shining World stood ominously, radiating a powerful, malevolent aura. Duanfeng, Xiaoke, and Jiang moved cautiously toward the stone. As they neared it, Duanfeng raised his hand, signaling them to halt. Sensing the stone's suspicious nature, Duanfeng warned the group to be cautious. Beside him, Xiaoke clutched her magical staff tightly with both hands. She voiced her discomfort, expressing a deep dislike for the village's ominous atmosphere, which she believed had a dark, unsettling essence. Jiang, however, stood silently, his gaze fixed on the stone, without uttering a word. Xiaoke resolved to cast a purification buff over the village. Closing her eyes, she raised her hand towards the sky, releasing a cascade of blue magic. The shimmering aura expanded, enveloping the entire village in its cleansing light. Observing the magical dust swirling around, Jiang brought his hand closer to his face and examined it with astonishment. He realized the buff was extraordinarily potent, not only clearing the mind but also greatly enhancing everyone's attributes and energy. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the village, and a dense cloud of smoke began to form. The sky darkened, shifting to a deep crimson hue as the town's lights flickered on. An ominous energy gathered overhead, emanating a palpable malevolence. The group approached cautiously, both shocked and on high alert. It became clear that this sinister force was radiating from the stone. Duanfeng swiftly recognized the danger and knew it spelled trouble. With a grave expression, he turned to the others and began to order them to run. Before he could finish, the stone started pulling him in, its dark energy wrapping around him. As he was being drawn into the stone, he urgently commanded the group to keep their distance and to call for reinforcements immediately, warning them that this was a dangerous mutation. A brilliant light cascaded down from above, forming a magical barrier around the town and trapping the group within. System windows materialized in front of them, displaying urgent warnings. The notifications revealed that the secret realm, once a level 30 area known as the Beautiful Town, had transformed due to a mutation. It was now ominously renamed the Village of the Dead. The secret realm had now escalated to nightmare level, with two paths to completion. Either annihilate all the undead in what was now called the Village of Light, or defeat the final boss. The system message ominously read, "The light fades, darkness flourishes, and only then will the door to the kingdom of death open." As the smoke swirled and thickened, it dispersed the group, teleporting Jiang into a house. Reading the system's update, Jiang quickly understood that the realm had mutated from a normal level directly to a nightmare level, scattering his companions across the village. Shocked and with a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek, Jiang recalled the secret realm's level 30 status and its nightmare difficulty. Realizing the peril of facing it alone at his current level, he remembered Duanfeng's advice. If separated and in danger, swiftly return to the teleportation point. Following Duanfeng's advice, Jiang swiftly made his way back to the teleportation stone. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the wooden wall of the house and delivered a powerful kick, splintering the planks. However, instead of an exit, he found himself in a room adorned with hanging lamps and scattered coffins on the floor. Inside the room, Jiang noticed a picture of an elderly man hanging on the wall. As he scrutinized his surroundings, he concluded there was no visible exit, only coffins scattered about. This realization left him feeling perplexed. The elderly man in the portrait seemed to fix his gaze on Jiang, a faint smile spreading across his face. Jiang began to question whether this situation was merely an illusion. Baffled by the smiling old man in the photograph, Jiang was caught off guard when the lid of a nearby coffin suddenly creaked open, revealing a figure with menacing claws emerging from within. Startled by the sound, Jiang swiftly turned towards the noise, his expression reflecting confusion as he tried to make sense of the unfolding events. Several necromancers emerged from the opened coffins, fixing their gaze on Jiang. According to the system, they were formidable opponents at level 30, equipped with skills like charge, decapitate, and corrosion, among others. Their distinctive trait lay in their immunity to ordinary physical attacks. The necromancers advanced swiftly towards Jiang, poised and ready to strike. Seeing the necromancers approaching, Jiang quickly shifted into an offensive stance, raising his hand to release the poisonous mist of Little Nine. As the menacing figures drew nearer, his expression grew serious. He realized that since normal physical attacks were ineffective against them, he needed to rely on other means to prevail. Opting for poison over direct confrontation, Jiang acted swiftly as the necromancers prepared to attack. Moving with remarkable speed, he unleashed the poisonous mist of Little Nine, which quickly filled the room. Satisfied with his strategy, he swiftly exited the house, leaping onto the roof of another nearby building. Within minutes, the necromancers emerged from the house unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the poisonous mist. Standing up, Jiang stared at them intently, realizing that poison, considered a form of physical attack, had little effect on these resilient foes. Recognizing the need for magical assistance to combat them effectively, he began contemplating his next move. He urgently needed to locate Xiaoke without delay. Lost in contemplation, Little Nine materialized beside him. Clenching her fists against her chest, she fixed a hungry gaze on the necromancers. With drool dripping from her mouth, she eagerly inquired if she could consume them. Surprised by Little Nine's sudden appearance and her desire to consume the necromancers, Jiang looked at her with confusion. He asked hesitantly if she could indeed devour the necromancers, reminding her that such an act would also be classified as a physical attack. Meanwhile, the necromancers began to close in on the house. Surrounded by a potent aura, Little Nine gazed at the necromancers and confidently assured Jiang that she could consume them, finding them delicious. Jiang observed the approaching necromancers and reluctantly gave Little Nine permission to proceed with her plan. However, he cautioned her not to overexert herself in the process. Assured that Jiang would assist her if needed, Little Nine gathered momentum with a fierce, determined expression and advanced towards the necromancers. Viewing them merely as prey, Jiang watched from the rooftop, impressed by her boldness and prowess. Before the necromancers could react, Little Nine darted forward with incredible speed, slicing through their bodies, reducing them to pieces, and consuming them swiftly. Sitting on the ground afterward, she hugged her knees, placed her hands under her cheeks, closed her eyes, and smiled blissfully, savoring the meal as though in paradise. She found them exceptionally tasty. Witnessing this, Jiang was amazed. He gazed at her with a surprised expression, recalling her origin from the abyss, akin to an undead creature, both entities associated with darkness. With the divine evolution at his disposal, he realized she had the potential to mature into the abyss's mistress, whose essence far exceeded that of the necromancers. Recalling this, Jiang extended his hands towards them, and instantly, Little Nine's poisonous mist began to emanate from his body. He looked at her with a smile, knowing she could consume the necromancers. Deciding it was time for the other creatures to join in and partake of the feast as well. Jiang's body surged with potent energy as he unleashed a swarm of insects. Commanding them to scatter and remain hidden from his companions, he swiftly deployed thousands of insects that emerged and immediately launched an assault on the necromancers. The insects wasted no time in attacking and devouring their targets. A system window popped up, notifying Jiang that his spiritual pets had eliminated 3 low-level necromancers, awarding him 15,021 points. Little Nine also began devouring them, earning 4,602 points. While the insects continued their consumption, another system window appeared, congratulating Jiang on leveling up. Jumping from level 17 to level 18, Jiang received an increase of 1 point in each attribute and gained 10 potential points. Re-entering the house, he extended one hand to the side and clenched his other fist, examining it with a smile, marveling at how quickly it all happened. In mere seconds, he accumulated over 500,000 experience points, swiftly leveling up. He considered the secret realm to be a perfect paradise, tailored just for him. With the necromancers cleared from the house, Jiang turned his attention to investigating the peculiar photograph of the old man. Previously smiling, the old man's expression now turned to one of terror and fear. Jiang approached the photo, rested his hands on his waist, and inquired with a smile why the old man's demeanor had changed so drastically. Little Nine appeared and examined the photograph, informing Jiang that everything outside had been consumed. Jiang gestured towards the photo with his thumb and complimented Little Nine for her good work. With a smile, he asked her to take a look at the photo and see if she could also devour it. Upon hearing Jiang's suggestion, Little Nine examined the photo with a hungry gaze. The old man, sensing her intent, grew even more fearful and began trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the photo of the old man exploded into pieces, leaving both Jiang and Little Nine in shock. They were left wondering what had just transpired. A system window then appeared, indicating they had successfully scared off the level 35 elite Death Guardian. As a reward, the system awarded them 8,701 experience points. The shattered pieces of the photo littered the ground, leaving Jiang and Little Nine feeling somewhat disheartened as they examined them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, a bow-wielding figure struck a necromancer in the face. It was none other than Duanfeng. Surrounded by several necromancers, Duanfeng gripped his bow tightly with both hands, gritting his teeth in determination. With a forceful swing, he struck one of the necromancers. Another tried to surprise him with an attack, but Duanfeng reacted swiftly, using the bow's sharp string to slice its hand. Feeling fortunate to have his longbow as a weapon, Duanfeng acknowledged that without it, dealing with these undead creatures would have been difficult. Concern weighed on him, particularly for Jiang Chen, who was not yet even level 30. Duanfeng dreaded the possibility of something going terribly wrong and wondered how he would explain it to his superiors if it did. Lost in thought, Duanfeng was startled by a system window appearing in the sky, notifying him that his teammate had successfully eliminated a lower-level Spectre and a formidable level 35 Guardian. The reward amounted to 12,161 points. As Duanfeng lifted his head and read the notification, shock and awe crossed his face. Duanfeng began to tremble, his mind racing with questions about what was happening and who was behind it. Suddenly, a horde of necromancers emerged and started pursuing him relentlessly. Gripping his bow tightly with one hand, he fled in earnest, teeth clenched and face set with determination. Amidst the chase, he grimly recalled that this secret realm had undergone a dangerous mutation. He puzzled over who could swiftly dispatch so many monsters. Concluding that the culprit must be formidable, he initially considered Chubulang, but dismissed the idea due to his passive physical abilities. Then he briefly entertained the possibility of Xiaoke, but ruled her out too. As a mage, she could restrain necromancers, but not eliminate them so swiftly. He quickly eliminated Jiang as a suspect due to his low level and his focus on poison and growth abilities, which would be ineffective against the undead. With a surprised expression, Duanfeng looked ahead and wondered if Mu Hanqiu could be the one responsible for the swift monster kills. He wasn't certain of her strength in combat. The necromancers closed in on him steadily, prompting him to sprint even faster. With someone on the team capable of swiftly defeating monsters, he believed there was hope to rescue the others in time. He urged Jiang to hang on a bit longer. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, someone placed a hand over a shoulder wound. The person in question was severely injured, none other than Mu Hanqiu. Behind her, a horde of necromancers pursued relentlessly. Her body bore numerous scratches, and she clutched a wound on her arm, blood seeping from her mouth. Desperation filled her as she fought against the overwhelming odds, unwilling to succumb to death. She was the sole bearer of a hidden profession within her family, still needing to participate in the Young Talents Camp to revive her family's fortunes. As her strength waned, her hopes for survival dwindled. Her energy drained rapidly, rendering her unable to utilize her primary ability, speed, effectively. Overcome with despair, she wept, longing to return home and fearing the prospect of death. In that moment, Mu Hanqiu observed several necromancers fleeing, prompting her to speculate whether her teammate had defeated the undead. She quickened her pace, reaching the end of the alley moments later. Suddenly, Little Nine's poisonous mist began to seep around the corner. Upon witnessing the powerful energy, she was both surprised and relieved, feeling a glimmer of hope that she might be saved if she held on a little longer. Unfortunately, her strength gave out at that moment, causing her to collapse to the ground. Propping herself up with both arms, she closed her eyes as blood dripped from her mouth, realizing the gravity of her situation. The necromancers closed in on her, readying themselves to attack. Panicking, she reached out her hand in desperation, pleading for help. Just then, Jiang arrived, his expression serious as he stared at her intently. Seeing that the necromancers were fleeing from Jiang, she was stunned. She extended her hand towards him, her expression filled with surprise and disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how he had become so strong or what was happening in that moment. The necromancers closed in on her, ready to deliver the final blow. Summoning the last of her strength, she extended her hand towards Jiang, pleading for his help. Jiang looked at her, his expression grave and contemplative, lost in silence. Just as the necromancers seized Mu Hanqiu's arm, Jiang grasped her other arm and urged her to escape. She glanced at his arm with a bewildered expression, puzzled by the unfolding events. Summoning all his strength, Jiang shoved Mu Hanqiu away, propelling her backwards just in time to save her from the necromancer's strike. As his other hand reached back, he fixed a piercing gaze on the necromancers and commanded her to leave and stop getting involved. She staggered backwards, breaking into a run, but suddenly stumbled and crashed to the ground. A few seconds later, propping herself up with one hand, she began to sit up, wiping her face with the other. With one eye closed and the other peering at Jang Chen, she couldn't help but think he was completely insane. A surge of purple energy materialized, causing her expression to change drastically. Shocked, she could only wonder what was happening. Jiang then stretched his hand towards the necromancers, unleashing a horde of insects. The swarm rapidly closed in, tearing into the necromancers and shredding their bodies to pieces. Standing behind Jiang, Mu Hanqiu found herself struck by how handsome he appeared. In a flash, the insects swarmed over the necromancers, killing and completely devouring them. As Jiang stood quietly, his body emanated little Nine's poisonous mist. Mu Hanqiu, now seated on the ground with both hands supporting her, stared at Jiang, questioning if he truly was just a worthless member of the creation class. Ji Gang had once confided in her that Jiang had dual classes. Now, as she witnessed his full power, she couldn't help but be mesmerized. Hand covering her mouth, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her heart pounded, signaling a budding affection, though she tried to convince herself that it was merely the mist causing her to blush. 30 minutes later, the rest of the group managed to defeat the remaining necromancers and reassembled in the village. Chu Bulang leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees and gasping for breath, unable to shake the thought of how formidable the necromancers were. Meanwhile, Duan Feng rubbed his head in confusion, pondering the oddity of the situation. Since leaving home, he hadn't encountered another necromancer until now, and it all felt eerily strange to him. Gripping her magical staff with both hands, Xiaoqi turned to the group and asked Duan Feng if it was possible that Mu Hanqiu possessed the power to control necromancers. They were equally uncertain if she had unlocked a hidden class, something that seemed out of character for her as well. Suddenly, Xiaoqi pointed to the side, her face lighting up with surprise. She drew everyone's attention to the signs of a recent struggle, indicating the traces of a battle. This indicated that the battle had just ended. Chubulang followed her gaze, feeling a bit bewildered by what he saw. Duan Feng also looked in the same direction, but his worry was focused on Jiang, uncertain of his condition. Nearby, the remnants of the necromancers lay scattered, shrouded in Little Nine's lingering poisonous mist. As they moved closer to the scene, Xiaoqi, clutching her magical staff with one hand, stood in stunned silence at the sight of the necromancer remnants. Panic surged through Duan Feng. He urged the group to swiftly find Jiang, knowing that if anything had happened to him, none of them could bear the consequences. Following this, the trio split up and combed through the village in search of Jiang. Minutes later, they followed the signs and rounded a corner. What they encountered left them utterly stunned. Duan Feng was in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. Xiaoqi was taken aback, trying to make sense of the scene unfolding before her. Ahead, they came upon a street with small stairs where Jiang sat, elbows on his knees and head propped on his hand. Beside him sat Mu Hanqiu, her fists clenched tightly as she sat behind him, gently massaging his back. Close by, scattered on the ground, lay additional remains of necromancers. Chu Bulang, positioned behind them, queried Duan Feng if the figure ahead was Jiang. Xiaoqi then pointed upwards with a finger, eyes widening in surprise as she confirmed it was indeed Jiang. Duanfeng gazed at Jiang with a puzzled expression, urging the others to hold their positions, unsettled by the strangeness of the situation. He couldn't comprehend how the granddaughter of a king could be giving Jiang Chen a back massage as though she were a servant. He speculated that these two were likely illusions conjured by the realm's boss. Mu Hongqiu tightened her fists and continued massaging Jiang from behind. They both turned to see Duanfeng and the rest of the group approaching. Spotting their arrival, Jiang stood and gestured with his thumb, informing them that the boss was located in the village's backyard. Rather than feeling reassured, they shifted into a defensive position. Duanfeng retrieved his bow, his expression grave as he ordered everyone to stay still. Chu Bulang tightened both fists, readying himself to strike. Xiaoke gripped the magical staff firmly, fixing her gaze on Jiang, and requested an answer to their impending question. Upon hearing this, Jiang and Mu Hongqiu exchanged confused looks. Mu Hongqiu rose to her feet, positioned herself in front of Jiang, arms outstretched to either side, and stared at them sternly. She declared that if they intended to harm Jiang, they would have to go through her first. He gazed at her with a puzzled expression, questioning her actions and motives. Jiang gently placed a hand on her face, urging her to step aside. He positioned himself in front of her, closed his eyes, placed a hand over his chest, and smiled as he reassured Duanfeng that he understood their concerns. He assured everyone that he wasn't a monster, just endowed with a bit more charm. When they remained silent, he mentioned that their boss was named Ji Gang and praised Aunt Tang's cooking. Xiaoqi stepped closer, placing her hands on his chest, and inquired about any injuries. He touched his head, closed his eyes, and smiled warmly. Chu Bulang felt relieved to see that Jiang was indeed unharmed. Meanwhile, Duanfeng remained perplexed. Mu Hongqiu, standing behind Jiang, nervously clutched his cloak and blushed deeply. She pleaded with the others not to be upset with her, explaining that she was simply following orders. Jiang turned towards her, his expression filled with anger, and demanded that she speak the truth and stop deceiving them. Xiaoke was taken aback, surprised by his sudden intensity. Duanfeng chuckled to himself, impressed by Jiang's ability to assert himself with women. Chu Bulang also smiled, thinking Jiang was beyond hope in such matters. Jiang grew increasingly frustrated and shouted at them to stop. He then questioned their commitment to defeating the boss. In response, the others smiled and agreed, redirecting the conversation. After a while, they reached the village's backyard. Jiang, with a determined expression, delivered a powerful kick to the door, while the rest watched in silence. They pushed open the door and stepped into the backyard. Standing before them was the boss of the secret realm, massive in size with a menacing glare. It lowered its head slightly, fixing its gaze on Jiang. A system notification popped up, revealing that this boss was named the God of the Undead, ranked as a boss, and was level 40. Jiang lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the boss, deep in thought. Everyone else followed suit, their expressions filled with shock. With a serious and resolute demeanor, Duanfeng informed them that this formidable creature was the level 40 boss. He cautioned them to proceed carefully and announced that he would draw its attention first. He tasked Mu Hongqiu with guarding Jiang closely. Addressing Xiaoke, he reminded her to use her buff and warned her to watch out for the boss's attacks. They couldn't afford to be reckless. Safety was paramount as they engaged in combat. This was no mere game. They had to proceed with utmost caution. The boss gazed at them silently for a few moments, before finally beginning to move. Observing this, Duanfeng cautioned the others to stay vigilant as it moved, instructing them to spread out. To everyone's astonishment, instead of launching an attack, the boss crouched down, rested its elbow on the ground, and bowed before them. Everyone stood in shock as the boss's body started to tremble. Duanfeng was bewildered, his expression filled with surprise as he tried to understand what was unfolding. Chu Bulang shared in the astonishment, puzzled by why the boss was suddenly pleading for forgiveness. Jiang took a decisive step forward, reaching out his hand towards the boss, and Little Nine's poisonous mist began to emanate from his body. With everyone injured, Jiang took charge and decided to deal with the boss himself. Recognizing the opportunity, he summoned Little Nine and signaled that it was time to act. Instantly, Little Nine transformed into the Insect Mother, opening its mouth wide to consume the boss. As the boss lifted its head and glanced to the side, it was struck with shock at the sight before it. Little Nine commenced devouring the boss, while Jiang maintained a calm silence, a smile spreading across his face. Several system notifications popped up, indicating that he had defeated the boss known as the God of the Undead. As a reward, the system granted him 76,690 experience points. Additionally, Little Nine transferred her 31,224 experience points to him. The experience points boosted him from level 25 to level 26, enhancing each of his attribute points and granting him 10 potential points. Little Nine swiftly devoured the boss, and her poisonous mist began to recede back into Jiang's body. Another system notification appeared, congratulating everyone on defeating the boss and successfully completing the secret realm known as the Village of the Undead. The system began to calculate the rewards. Upon realizing that Jiang had not only defeated the boss, but also eradicated all the necromancers in the village, Duanfeng and the others were astonished. Jiang rubbed the back of his head, closed his eyes, and with a strained smile, explained that it was a fortunate coincidence that his poison had the ability to eliminate the necromancers. The system completed its reward calculation, and a mission status window popped up. Duanfeng, at level 49, earned a C rank evaluation. Similarly, at level 49, the evaluation for the others was as follows. Jiang received an SSS rank, Xiaoqi a D rank at level 46, Mu Hangqiu an E rank at level 36. A medal materialized in the sky, startling everyone present. They had triumphantly conquered the Village of the Undead, a level 30 secret realm with nightmare difficulty, earning an SSS rank evaluation from the system. In recognition of their achievement, the system awarded them the Dead Soul Medal, a special item capable of absorbing one fatal attack when equipped. The item was bound to each of them individually, preventing it from being transferred or sold. Duanfeng couldn't hide his astonishment. The individual rewards were already impressive, and now they possessed an exceptionally advanced item. They had never received such rewards before, all thanks to their decision to follow Jiang. They had achieved victory effortlessly. As the top performer, he received numerous rewards: 2 books, a metal glove, a scroll, a crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, and a shield. Crossing his arms, he examined the items before him and remarked, "No wonder this was a level 30 secret realm. The stakes were incredibly high." He quickly concluded that these items must be worth a fortune, possibly billions. One particular item caught his attention more than the others. The item was named the Invisibility Cape. It boasted platinum quality and bestowed 80 agility points and 50 energy points to its user. When worn, it allowed invisibility for 3 minutes with a 2-hour cooldown period. Jiang reached out for the invisibility cape, his expression filled with surprise, and made the decision to keep it. To Jiang, the cape was both practical and stylish, serving a useful purpose. Since the other items held little relevance for him, he planned to sell them upon his return and use the proceeds to procure pure blood for Little Nine. Suddenly, a portal materialized in the sky alongside a system notification. Due to the secret realm's mutation and their successful completion of the challenge, it was about to vanish. The system urgently instructed everyone to depart immediately. This time, the devour value had significantly increased, suggesting that with a bit more blood, the insects could reproduce again. As night descended, they returned to the Night's Watch headquarters. They briefed Jiang on the mutated secret realm. Jiang reported that he had led Mu Hangqiu and played a pivotal role in clearing the realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang was visibly shocked. He instructed everyone to leave the office so he could speak privately with Jiang. Duanfeng, standing behind Jiang, nodded in understanding. Several minutes later, after everyone had cleared out, Duanfeng left Jiang alone with Jiang in the office. Jiang turned towards him with a serious expression, urging Jiang to confess and be honest, assuring him that doing so would lead to leniency. However, resisting would lead to severe consequences. Jiang felt a sense of confusion creeping in. his voice trembling as he asked Jiang what he meant by being honest. Jiang locked eyes with Jiang, knowing that Jiang had told the others about the Venom class's ability to counteract necromancers, but Jiang understood it was merely an excuse to deceive Duanfeng. The situation grew tense as Jiang suspected Jiang of misleading him and the others. His eyes gleamed with suspicion as he demanded Jiang tell the truth and reveal what he was hiding. Jiang stared back with a confused expression, unsure of what was unfolding. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and in his mind, little Nine appeared, equally fearful. He worried about the insects being discovered. They were an ancient celestial plague, and if their existence became known, he feared the consequences. Jiang approached with a sinister look and demanded that Jiang speak. Fear gripped Jiang at the sight of Jiang's expression, causing him to tremble. Stammering, he tried to explain what had happened. Noticing Jiang's fear, Jiang's demeanor shifted. He started to smile, placing one hand on his hip and the other on Jiang's shoulder. Closing his eyes, he laughed loudly, taking pleasure in Jiang's growing nervousness. Jiang couldn't fathom where his courage had vanished, the same courage he'd had when battling monsters in the secret realm. Now, he was sweating profusely. As he observed Jiang, it soon became clear that Jiang was just messing with him. He sat on the sofa, resting one arm on it while extending the other hand towards the ceiling. With a calm expression, he explained that he wasn't joking. Jiang decided not to pressure Jiang if he wasn't ready to talk. The more secrets Jiang held, the more pleased Jiang felt. He knew Nightwatch would rely on Jiang for future successes. Jiang eventually calmed down, placed his hand on his chest, and with a sincere smile, reassured Jiang not to worry. He decided to keep things under wraps for now, but promised to secure epic-level equipment for Uncle Jiang in return. Jiang closed his eyes and began laughing, amused by Jiang's bold intention. He appreciated the gesture, though he knew such equipment wasn't easy to come by. In response, Jiang assured him that he was serious. Jiang decided it was time to get serious. He reached towards the ceiling, conjuring a magic circle. With a determined expression, he acknowledged that it was beneficial for Jiang to have an ace up his sleeve, but certain matters needed clarification. From within the magic circle, 3 bandaged corpses emerged and fell to the ground in front of Jiang. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel confused. He asked Uncle Jiang what these corpses were and where they had come from. Jiang stared at Jiang and explained that these individuals had been at least 3rd-grade masters, level 60 or higher. Some had even been 2 4th-grade grandmasters, with levels above 90. They were formidable individuals, each one beyond even Jiang's ability to handle. He was merely a corpse collector. Jiang grew nervous, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek as he stared at the corpses. With a terrified look, he asked Jiang if these men had all intended to kill him. With a calm expression, Jiang told him to stop talking nonsense. He explained that these men had gone to kill Mu Hanqiu, but had been secretly eliminated by her protectors. Jiang, still confused, turned to him and asked why they wanted to murder Mu Hanqiu. In response, Jiang took out a scroll and, holding it out, asked Jiang to read its contents. Jiang took the scroll with both hands, unrolled it, and began to read. The scroll was a list of targets for a great summoner hunt. The first name on the list was Ying Zhan, a level 46 invincible descendant in the capital's war zone. Killing him would grant one of the 3 heavenly level rewards. The second name was Ji Xuanyue, a level 46 invincible descendant in the demon city zone of Wudi. Eliminating him would also yield one of the 3 heavenly level rewards. The third name was Jiang Wushuang, a level 45 descendant in demon city, Wudi. His death promised the same reward. The 12th name on the list was Xiao Beihan, a level 41 descendant of the Zhen Empire in Jiangnan Zone. Killing him would grant one of the 3 heavenly level rewards as well. Jiang didn't recognize any of these names. However, when he noticed the name Xiao Beihan, he looked at Jiang with surprise and asked if this wasn't a member of the Xiao family that protected the country. Jiang looked at Jiang with a serious expression and confirmed that all the names on the list were the most outstanding geniuses of their generation. He added that Xiao Beihan was indeed one of them. Jiang further explained that Xiao Beihan would be participating in the Tianjiao camp of the 8 war zones, and he would be with Jiang in the Jiangnan zone. With a serious expression, Jiang explained that in the 7th transformation, individuals were recognized as king protectors. Those in the 8th transformation were known as country protectors, and those in the 9th transformation were considered invincible. He added that the top 100 prodigies from Great Jiangnan were at least descendants of sealed kings. Mu Hanqiu, one of the 12 descendants of sealed kings in Jiangnan, held the 77th position on the scroll. It detailed her as a descendant of the sealed king located in the Jiangnan war zone. Eliminating her would yield 1 Yuan reward. Jiang turned to Jiang and explained that if the descendants were powerful, then the Xiao family that ruled the country would be even more formidable. After several minutes, Jiang finished reading the entire scroll, approached Jiang, and handed it back to him. With a serious expression, he asked if Jiang had shown him the scroll to ensure he was adequately prepared for the Tianjiao camp. Taking the scroll in hand, he nodded in affirmation and departed. He cautioned Jiang that with greater power came increased danger, urging him not to expose himself recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Clenching his fist tightly, he stared at the ground with a distant gaze and explained that the other prodigies were backed by formidable forces. However, Jiang, despite having a skilled master, had not mastered the arts well and was currently only a 3rd-level master. Jiang worried that Jiang might not be able to protect him adequately. Walking alongside Jiang, Jiang assured him that he would consider this and endeavor not to reveal his true power to anyone at the Tianjiao camp. He glanced at the ground once more, contemplating how Uncle Jiang not only understood his need to conceal his power, but also worked hard to protect him. Placing his hand under his chin, he smiled, recalling the praise he had received for his performance in the secret realm, which had surpassed others. If word of this got out, he would surely surpass Mu Hanqiu in the rankings. Yet something puzzled him. Mu Hanqiu had not spoken a word to anyone since her return and was keeping his secret. Standing up, he approached Jiang with his hand still under his chin. Jiang looked into Jiang's eyes with a suggestive expression and smiled, urging him to be honest. He inquired about Jiang's actions towards Mu Hanqiu, recalling that only necromancers were present in the secret realm. Jiang found Jiang's preferences peculiar. Jiang, hearing this, looked at Jiang with confusion and began to sweat nervously. To change the subject, Jiang quickly turned away, waving goodbye as he mentioned needing to take a shower and rest. With a puzzled expression, Jiang reassured him that he hadn't implied anything negative about Jiang's actions. As dusk fell several hours later, Jiang returned to his apartment. Before him, a table displayed an array of jars. Placing both hands on the table, he gazed joyfully at the jars. He had purchased 33 units of 3rd-level blood and 14 units of 4th-level blood, selling off most of his equipment to acquire them. With these supplies, he anticipated there would be enough for the insects to reproduce in the 2nd generation. He opened a jar, poured the purple blood onto his arm, and smiled, beckoning the small insects to emerge for their meal. Starting with the refined 3rd-level blood, It was akin to consuming a master of 3 human transformations with a level above 60. Extracting just one jar required the effort of hundreds of ferocious beasts. Jiang informed the insects that he had gone to great lengths to obtain it. Little Nine quickly detected the scent of blood and appeared, climbing onto Jiang's head. She gazed hungrily at his arm, expressing her desire to eat while the blood floated around it. He looked at Little Nine with a gentle smile and requested that she refrain from eating for now, explaining that it would be a while before she could reproduce. Upon hearing this, she became crestfallen, gripping Jiang's hair with both hands, closing her eyes, and shedding tears like a child. Witnessing this, Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat perplexed. He gently lifted her from his head and placed her on the table atop a jar. Closing his eyes, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually allowed her to eat. She eagerly removed the lid from the jar, expressing gratitude with a hungry look, calling him the best. Placing a straw into the jar, she began to drink from it. She was at level 18, in the process of leveling up to 19. As she drank, Jiang took another jar of blood, removed the cap, and poured it onto his arm. This blood was level 4, equivalent to that of a formidable human master of level 90 or higher. The scent of the blood drew the insects out from his body, and they eagerly began to drink. A system window popped up, notifying him that the reproduction process of 9 miasma wings insect larvae had commenced. Each insect had the potential to reproduce between 40 to 60 offspring. The divine evolutionary acceleration was underway, prompting more insects to emerge from his body and begin their growth. A few minutes later, another system window appeared, indicating that the insect reproduction process had been completed. Now there were a total of 100,000 offspring. Suddenly, Jiang's hand began to emit Little Nine's poisonous mist, which was composed of insects. He stared at his hand in confusion, feeling surprised and alarmed as he tried to understand what was happening. A few moments later, the insect offspring started emerging through his hand. Jiang tried to contain them by grabbing his hand, but his efforts were futile. The 100,000 insect larvae burst forth, filling his apartment and consuming everything in their path. Jiang looked up at the ceiling in panic, fearing that the insects were rebelling. He clenched his fist tightly, raised it towards the ceiling, gritted his teeth, and sternly ordered all the insects to return to their nest and remain still, as he hadn't commanded them to emerge. Gradually, the insects began to retract into his arm and return to their nest. However, as he glanced to the side, he noticed that some insects had already begun devouring everything in sight. They had devoured a painting and part of the table. Jiang quickly realized the insects were dangerous and capable of destroying his home if let out unchecked. On the table, Little Nine lay, licking a jar of blood and savoring every drop. With an angered expression, Jiang reprimanded her for focusing solely on eating instead of looking after her rambunctious offspring. He turned his head to the side, and his statistics window appeared. He was currently level 26, held the title of Sovereign of Insects, practiced the divine rank creation profession, and possessed talents in Growth of All Things level 1 and Divine Evolution level 1. Little Nine's statistics window also appeared, revealing her as a level 21 insect mother known as 9 Wings of Miasma, classified at a disaster level. She boasted an impressive offspring count of 100,000 units and was evaluated with a combat power of 197 stars. Seeing her combat prowess, Jiang couldn't help but feel joyful and break into a smile. Her progress had been remarkably swift, nearing the level of a 3rd-level master. As his body brimmed with potent energy, Jiang clenched his fists, feeling everything was now prepared. All that remained was to await tomorrow's journey to the Tianjiao camp, achieve level 30 in one go, and oversee Little Nine's 2nd reproduction. Jiang began to imagine Little Nine's growth, smiling joyfully as he envisioned obtaining a new mother insect soon. Meanwhile, Aunt Tang returned to Night's Watch headquarters. With a surprised expression, she asked Ji Gang if he wanted her to find his teacher and seek their intervention. She debated whether it was necessary to make such a fuss over Jiang's situation. Ji Gang sat across from her on the sofa, one hand resting on the arm, while the other supported his chin. He explained that he was taking precautions because he knew Jiang would encounter the Xiao family prodigy in the Jiangnan zone. Xiao Beihan was the most concerning factor, especially given that no secrets could be concealed at the Tianjiao camp. Ji Gang glanced at the floor, sincerely explaining his fear regarding Jiang. He expressed concern over Jiang's poison and the multitude of secrets he kept hidden. With a serious expression, she began to regard him with scrutiny. She found it hard to believe and urged him not to frighten her. Memories of events from long ago flooded back. 600 years ago, the Devourer caused turmoil, prompting the Great Devourer to establish the forbidden professions in Daxia. Those discovered using forbidden professions were swiftly eliminated. She rose from her seat, her expression filled with terror as she explained that if Jiang truly possessed a forbidden profession, it would be exposed during his awakening. She believed Ji Gang was simply being paranoid. Ji Gang clasped his hands together, staring at the ground with a fearful expression, hoping that she was right and that his fears were unfounded. The following day, Jiang exited his apartment and ventured into a nearby forest. Pulling out a map, he held it in both hands and scrutinized it, unsure of the correct direction. He pondered if he had once again become lost. Suddenly, a loud cry for help echoed through the woods. Jiang turned around, his expression confused as he searched for the source of the shouting. Nearby stood a massive tree, and on the ground next to it lay a sword. Perched atop the tree was a white-haired man gripping a branch, calling out for help due to his fear of heights. Jiang turned around, gazing up at the man in silence as he contemplated the situation. Deciding to assist him, Jiang reached out his hand and utilized his ability known as Growth of All Things, Vine. Instantly, several branches sprouted from the ground and extended towards the man. Just as he was about to lose his grip on the trunk and fall, the branches wrapped around his body, securing him and preventing his descent from the tree. A few moments later, the man landed on the ground with a thud. He dropped to his hands and knees, panting heavily, and explained to Jiang how frightened he had been. He had only intended to rescue a bird's nest, thinking it wasn't very high up, but once he started climbing, he realized the height was daunting. Jiang approached him, observing with a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek, somewhat puzzled that the man, despite his fear of heights, had climbed the tree to rescue a bird's nest. He couldn't decide if the man was brave or foolhardy. As the man stood up, Jiang noted he was older. He reached out his hand to Jiang with gratitude for saving him, then inquired what Jiang desired in return. Jiang, feeling disoriented, asked the man for directions to the Tianjiao camp. The man turned away from Jiang, walking with closed eyes and a smile, inviting him to follow along. He explained that he was also headed to the Tianjiao camp for a task. He scratched the back of his head in gratitude and decided to accompany the man. As they walked, Jiang reached out and inquired about the man, wondering if he too was a job changer. He found it curious that the man carried his sword behind his back instead of storing it in the system inventory. He walked ahead of Jiang and clarified that he wasn't a job changer. Rather, he was simply an enthusiast who enjoyed practicing with the sword. Turning towards Jiang, he made eye contact with a cheerful smile, sharing that in his youth, he lacked natural talent for such pursuits. After failing to switch careers, he battled and toiled for nearly a decade, unable to even afford a basic living space in the city. Desperate, he fled to the mountains, stumbling upon a small, deserted cabin. Climbing atop a table inside, he contemplated ending his life. Yet, As he glanced to the side, he spotted a sword. Upon seeing the sword, his will to live surged back. From that moment onward, he devoted himself to daily sword practice in the mountains. He spent 20 years mastering sword drawing and 30 years honing his fencing skills until a sudden revelation struck him. He asked Jiang if he found it incredible. Jiang, feeling a bit bewildered, agreed that it was indeed remarkable. The man gripped the sword in his hand, glanced at the ground, and offered to teach Jiang how to wield it, mentioning a special move he knew. Before he could disclose its name, Jiang interrupted, declining the offer. Hearing this, the man sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and smiled warmly, thinking Jiang was a tad impatient. Deciding to bide his time until Jiang was ready to learn swordsmanship, the man patiently waited. Jiang gazed up at the sky and was surprised by what he saw appear. With a joyful expression, he beckoned the man to look and asked if that was the Tianjiao camp. Much to everyone's surprise, the man vanished without a trace. Jiang looked around, noticing the man's absence. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he wondered where the man had gone, finding his sudden disappearance peculiar. Meanwhile, at the Tianjiao camp, helicopters buzzed overhead. At the entrance, a receptionist attended to a lengthy queue of people waiting in front of the desk. The receptionist instructed all incoming geniuses to queue up for registration at the camp entrance. Each person was to receive an identification bracelet that could only be removed upon elimination. A man with black hair stepped forward to register. Shortly afterward, it was Jiang's turn from Chujiang City. He accepted his identification bracelet and proceeded to fasten it securely around his wrist. In the camp, Mu Hanqiu was also present. She placed a hand over her chest, gazing affectionately at Jiang and blushing when she saw him arrive. To Mu Hanqiu, he was her master, and to Luo Sandao, he was her benefactor. Jiang felt confused, unsure of what was unfolding before him. While being a benefactor was acceptable to him, being her master was not. The two began to argue heatedly, exchanging insults with aggressive looks. Luo Sandao couldn't understand why Mu Hanqiu referred to Jiang with affectionate terms. She had often advised Mu Hanqiu to read fewer romance novels to avoid such fanciful thoughts about men. Mu Hanqiu retorted that now she understood what true love was, affirming that Luo Sandao meant nothing to her. As the argument escalated between them, Little Nine appeared. She produced a piece of watermelon, closed her eyes, and while eating, expressed to Jiang how amusing she found their quarrel. Jiang was taken aback by the situation and remained silent. Luo Sandao pointed accusingly at Mu Hanqiu, questioning why she was getting so close to Jiang for no apparent reason. Mu Hanqiu approached Jiang, took hold of his arm, teased Luo Sandao, and told her to stop being so self-centered since she wasn't the one he was interested in. Mu Hanqiu asserted that Jiang had the final say, but Jiang remained silent. Seeing this, Luo Sandao pointed at Mu Hanqiu and mockingly reminded her that she had predicted this outcome long ago. Mu Hanqiu touched her fingertips together, gazed at the ground, and explained that Jiang was very handsome. Luo Sandao approached Mu Hanqiu, placing a hand on her shoulder and laughing, asked if they were friends again. Mu Hanqiu looked at her and explained that she felt they were now both better friends and love rivals, akin to friendly enemies. Jiang, observing this exchange, began to sweat and thought to himself that girls were quite strange. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed nearby, drawing everyone's attention toward a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dispersed, Jiang wondered aloud about the source of the noise. Luo Sandao peered intently and discerned that a fight was underway. The man Jiang had seen at the camp's entrance reappeared. Rolling up his sleeves and with a determined expression, he demanded to know who was fighting. It was concerning that a fight had broken out before everyone had even entered the camp. He questioned whether this person was actively seeking trouble. Jiang, standing behind him, scrutinized the man and recognized him as the patrol instructor. He wondered if the instructors possessed strength at the 3rd level. As the instructor approached the fight, someone delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, sending him staggering backward. Witnessing this, Jiang was stunned. The instructor's body was forcefully thrown backward, crashing to the ground. Jiang instinctively placed a hand over his chest, gaping at the scene. Despite bleeding, the instructor managed to instruct others to notify their superiors, realizing the situation was escalating. Luo Sandao was rendered speechless by the sight of a third-level master being effortlessly thrown into the air. She looked around in surprise, wondering who had struck the instructor. Mu Hanqiu's expression turned serious as she disclosed that they were the top performers from Jiangnan's war zone. A woman with red eyes, dressed in assassin attire, emerged. She placed her hand on her hip and silently observed the instructor. Her name was Tang Ying, renowned as an assassin of terrifying strength. As the youngest gold medalist in Tianji Tower, her reputation preceded her, having recently taken down a formidable level 4 master. Another man with red hair emerged, his aura brimming with potent energy. He fixed his gaze on Jiang and couldn't suppress a smile. His name was Bai Feng, known as the Little God of Death, and he served under the chief commander of the East Sea Defense Line. Despite being the military district's brightest prospect, he struggled with psychological issues that could turn him uncontrollably violent. Another man with blue hair joined them, raising his sword to the sky and fixing his gaze on Jiang with a smile. He introduced himself as Xiao Beihan, heir to one of Great Xia's 7 guardians. His Blue Lotus Immortal Swordsman profession was esteemed, akin to a divine-level role. Luo Sandao looked at Xiao Beihan with dread and muttered to Jiang about her unfortunate familiarity with him. The majestic sword he wielded had been pilfered from her residence. Jiang regarded him calmly, his gaze settling on Xiao Beihan, confirming without a doubt the prodigious nature of his strength, surpassing even that of Xiao Yuanwu. Among them, a shirtless man with orange hair stood, the focus of the trio's attention, his identity and the reason for their aggression unknown to onlookers. He rose to his feet, assuming an aggressive stance and preparing to strike. As the smoke cleared, he tightened his fist with determination, deciding it was time to retaliate. With a fierce glare, he exerted all his strength, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He was an unparalleled descendant named Jiang Wushuang. Rumored to possess 3 unique and secretive professions, his strength was extraordinary, evident from how the trio failed to overcome him. Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao exchanged astonished glances at Wushuang. Even Jiang himself was taken aback, realizing Wushuang ranked 3rd on the summer leaderboard. He wasn't sure if his small insects could confront this opponent. Just then, Xiao Beihan gathered momentum, leaped into the air, seized the sword with both hands, and poised to strike. Jiang glanced up and realized the situation wasn't favorable. As Xiao Beihan landed on the ground, his powerful grip on the sword caused the earth to crack beneath him. He was dangerously close to Luo Sandao, but fortunately, Jiang swiftly grabbed her by the waist, leaped away, evading Xiao Beihan's attack. Xiao Beihan fixed a serious gaze on Wushuang, commending his formidable wind fist technique. Meanwhile, Jiang's gaze met Xiao Beihan's, who began to sheath his sword, visibly surprised by Jiang's quick reflexes. He had heard that Jiang was the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. Drawing his sword again, he aimed the tip at Jiang, surrounded by a powerful aura, and fixed an intense stare on him, disdain evident for the now useless Xiao Yuanwu. Today, Jiang would meet his end. Originally planning to confront Wushuang first and then deal with an ant like Jiang, since Jiang was here now, Xiao Beihan decided to begin with him. Jiang stood firm, refusing to be intimidated. He extended his hand to the side, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. With unwavering determination, he confronted Xiao Beihan, stating that despite their differing strengths, the Xiao family was fundamentally corrupt to the core. Xiao Beihan moved forward, his sword held at the ready. Witnessing this, Jiang spread both hands to his sides, readying himself for the impending clash. Despite his promise to Uncle Ji Gang to conceal his true power, circumstances demanded otherwise now. Luo Sandao, standing behind them, chose to stay silent. Just as the battle was about to commence, a devastating slash cleaved through the air towards them, ripping the ground apart. The command was clear. Everyone was to step aside as the Grand Instructor, renowned as the King of the Celestial Sword, arrived. Witnessing this, both Xiao Beihan and Jiang ceased their preparations. Jiang turned his gaze towards the source of the attack, pondering who this King of the Celestial Sword could be. It dawned on him that this instructor was none other than the man he had rescued from the tree earlier. He pointed his sword at them, his expression grave as he warned that anyone causing trouble before camp commenced would face his blade. Jiang stared at the instructor, stunned and sweating. It was hard to believe the odd old man he had met on the road was the formidable figure known as the King of the Celestial Sword. With a single sweep of his sword's energy, he had rendered the four great geniuses motionless with fear. Jiang worried whether his tiny insects had also been obliterated by the shockwave of the sword. After delivering the attack, the old man gripped the sword's hilt with one hand, sheathed it, and locked eyes with Beihan. Standing behind him was the vice commander, Yang Guang, who calmly informed him that all 300 geniuses were present. He then requested the old man to prepare for the stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man sheathed his sword and began making his way toward the stage. As he did, the crowd in the camp buzzed with conversation. Many had heard rumors of various Tianjiao camps across the Jiangnan area, but none had ever been led by a figure as powerful as a king-level warrior. The thought was terrifying to them. Standing dozens of meters away, they knew the King of the Celestial Sword could easily kill them with just a single move. One of them mentioned to the others that this was very unusual, as it was known that the old master had been living in seclusion. He couldn't understand why the master was coming out now. Some had overheard the instructors talking quietly, suggesting that it seemed the old master had personally requested to take on this role. They speculated whether he might be looking to recruit a disciple. If that were the case, they knew they had to perform exceptionally well. However, many of them realized that someone of his caliber would only consider the very best, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Tang Ying stared at the old man in disbelief, stunned that the legendary Celestial Sword King had actually appeared. Bai Feng, standing beside Tang Ying, gazed at the old man with wide eyes, unable to contain his excitement at finally encountering the living legend in person. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan fixed his eyes on the old master with unwavering determination, resolving to defeat Jiang Wushuang once the camp started, hoping to make a strong impression on the revered figure. Jiang Wushuang cracked his knuckles, excitement surging through him as he realized they had managed to bring the old master. He was determined to make him his mentor. Mu Hanqiu, meanwhile, clenched her fists tightly near her face, her mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang pointed at the old man with a confused expression and asked Luo Sandao if she recognized the powerful figure. Excitedly, she rushed over to Jiang, clenched her fists, and with a joyful look, confirmed that she did. She had heard stories of his legendary feats since she was a child and began reminiscing about the old man's incredible achievements. One day, a fearsome red dragon appeared, but the old man leaped onto its head and, with all his might, drove his sword into its skull, forcing the dragon to open its mouth and scream in agony. Mu Hanqiu placed her hand under her chin, closed her eyes, and began to reflect. She explained that, although both were at the level of a Seal King, the senior Celestial Leaf King was the most revered figure in her grandfather's eyes. Her grandfather had once urged her to become his disciple, but the old man had turned her down. Initially, she was quite frustrated by the rejection, but later she learned that many descendants of the Zhen Empire, and even Invincibles, had also been refused. Jiang looked at the old man, his expression puzzled, and asked if they were certain it was that difficult to become his disciple. Mu Hanqiu moved closer to Jiang, her expression earnest, and asked if he was joking. From what she knew, both Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng had previously been turned down by the sword god. Given their formidable skills, it was almost inconceivable how challenging it must be to become the old man's disciple. Hearing this, Jiang's expression shifted to one of shock as he pondered just how difficult it might be to become the old man's disciple. Luo Sandao then stepped forward, pointing towards the sky with a serious expression, and explained that they might not fully understand the challenge involved. However, the old master had only taken on 2 disciples in his entire life, and that had been over 20 years ago. Jiang recalled the old man clinging to the tree like a madman, and remembered how, while sheathing his sword, he had asked if Jiang was interested in learning from him. Jiang closed his eyes, struggling to reconcile the eccentric old man who climbed trees with the esteemed king of the Celestial Sword everyone spoke of. To him, they seemed like entirely different people. With a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek and a forced smile, he replied that he now understood everything. The old man took the stage and cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention. With a stern expression, he introduced himself as Gu Kaitian, the chief instructor of Tianjiao camp. Resting both hands on the podium, he reminded the crowd that, as they were aware, the Tianjiao camp in the Jiangnan region had been underperforming in recent years due to the fights here being little more than a show. He warned that if anyone didn't give their all here, they'd face certain death on a real battlefield where true dangers awaited. He informed everyone that the number of monsters in the world was increasing. Grasping the microphone firmly, he smiled and urged them to showcase their talents fully. He emphasized that they needed more capable geniuses to make a more effective selection and better prepare for the challenges ahead. This year, he had introduced a new rule for the Tianjiao camp in the Jiangnan area, which he called the Death Quota. At this announcement, Vice Commander Yang Guang, standing behind him, looked visibly alarmed. With a fearful expression, Yang Guang attempted to intervene and stop Gu Kaitian. However, Gu Kaitian raised a hand to silence him, and with a composed smile, assured everyone that he had the final say in the matter. Therefore, he would bear full responsibility for any incidents that occurred. Yang Guang, now sweating profusely, looked bewildered as he pondered what Gu Kaitian meant by death rate. His superiors had never mentioned this before, and there had never been such a rule in the history of Tianjiao camps. There were many formidable geniuses among them, and he worried this might incite chaos. Gu Kaitian raised the microphone to his mouth, speaking with a stern expression as he declared that starting today, 10 participants would be expected to perish in each round of the test. He added that anyone wishing to withdraw could do so immediately. Panic spread among the participants. A young man glanced fearfully at his friend, confessing that while the situation was dire, he couldn't withdraw, as doing so would bring shame to his entire family. His friend, visibly trembling, swallowed hard and replied in a quivering voice that he didn't want to die. Wu Shuang, standing with his arms crossed, remained composed. He smiled to himself, thinking that such a move was typical of the senior Celestial Blade King. In his view, the Tianjiao camp in Jiangnan should have implemented this rule years ago. Xiao Beihan turned his gaze toward Jiang, a smile forming on his lips as he concluded that this rule had been crafted specifically with Jiang in mind. When the camp began later, Xiao Beihan was poised to fulfill 2 of the old master's quota himself. Jiang eyed Xiao Beihan with curiosity, pondering his intentions. With a calm demeanor, he concluded that with this quota in place, even if the conflict escalated and he ended up killing Xiao Beihan, Uncle Jigang and the others would have less to worry about. After several minutes without any withdrawals, Gu Kaitian, holding the microphone in one hand and resting the other on his waist, couldn't help but smile. It seemed to him that everyone had a sense of pride. The 4 vice commanders stood behind him. Extending his hand to one side, Gu Kaitian raised his voice and declared that the entrance evaluation for the camp had officially begun. In the first round, with 300 participants, half would be eliminated. Gu Kaitian grasped the hilt of his sword and, drawing it with a stern expression, informed them that 150 advancement flags had been hidden throughout the camp. He emphasized that he didn't care what methods they used to find the flags. The round would conclude at dawn on the second day, and those who collected the flags would move on to the next stage. Gu Kaitian unsheathed his sword, directing its blade towards them with a gleaming gaze. He urged them to fight with confidence and determination, whether they chose to go solo or form alliances. They were even permitted to dismantle the entire camp if they chose. In essence, he wanted to witness their bloodlust. With that, he raised his sword high and declared the test officially underway. At his command, everyone began to scatter. Many recognized that with their current abilities, the most prudent strategy was to search for flags, hide, and steer clear of more ruthless competitors. For them, this was the safest strategy to advance to the next round. As everyone scattered, Xiao Beihan's smile grew, his body enveloped in a potent blue aura. Drawing his sword, he extended it to one side and began to stride towards Jiang. Gradually closing the distance, Jiang, standing beside Mu Hanqiu, remained silent. Jiang extended his arms to the sides and fixed his gaze on Xiao Beihan, instructing Mu Hanqiu to search for nearby advancement flags while he handled the situation. Mu Hanqiu, puzzled and anxious, asked if Jiang was certain about his decision. Before she could finish her question, he took a defensive stance and firmly told her it was an order. Upon hearing Jiang's command, Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao quickly turned and began to run. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan, enveloped in a powerful blue aura, laughed derisively and taunted Jiang, questioning if a rookie like him, who hadn't even undergone a second transfer, really thought he could be a hero. In response, Jiang extended his hand to one side, releasing the toxic mist from Little Nine. Despite the impressive power of Xiao Beihan's sword energy, it was still significantly weaker compared to Xiao Yuanwu's. Although Jiang was stronger than before, he questioned whether he could handle Xiao Beihan with just poison, without revealing the presence of the mother insect. With a steady gaze, Jiang told Xiao Beihan to stop talking nonsense. Xiao Beihan, deciding not to waste any more words on someone he deemed already defeated, unleashed a powerful slash towards Jiang. As Jiang readied himself for defense, enveloped by Little Nine's poisonous mist, someone intervened. A figure called for Xiao Beihan to halt and hurled a series of small knives, shattering the attack into fragments. The person who intervened was Tang Ying. Clutching a handful of knives, she glared at Xiao Beihan with evident anger. Xiao Beihan, gripping his sword with one hand, turned his serious gaze towards her and demanded to know what she was doing. Jiang, standing nearby, looked over at Tang Ying with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Jiang began to wonder if she was the renowned female assassin. Tang Ying put her hands on her hips, marched up to him, and demanded to know if he had forgotten their agreement with Bai Feng. They had planned to target Wu Shuang once the camp began, but Xiao Beihan kept diverting his attention to trivial matters. Tang Ying suspected that he might be using these distractions as a cover for his fear of Wu Shuang. Xiao Beihan clenched his fists in anger and demanded to know who suggested that he was afraid. Ignoring Jiang, both he and Tang Ying turned and headed toward the area where Wu Shuang was located. Seething with rage, Xiao Beihan asked Tang Ying where Wu Shuang was, resolving to confront him first, before dealing with the lesser issues later. Tang Ying pointed toward the forest and explained that Wu Shuang had headed in that direction while Bai Feng was currently pursuing him. Jiang deactivated Little Nine's poisonous mist and observed the scene with a sense of relief, realizing that the situation had shifted in his favor. Though he didn't know much about Tang Ying, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was intentionally aiding him. After they had moved away, Tang Ying glanced back, placed a finger to her lips, and winked at Jiang. It became clear to him that she was indeed aiding him, though he was puzzled about her motives since they didn't know each other. With a sad expression, Tang Ying looked down, revealing that she was the niece of Tang Jin. Her aunt had tasked her with discreetly watching over Jang Chen in the Tianzhou camp. However, given her current abilities, she couldn't confront Xiao Beihan directly. Her only option was to use Wu Shuang's name to delay Xiao Beihan's actions. A man with black hair, carrying a bow on his back and several flags in his hands, approached them. He knelt before Xiao Beihan and explained that his father was a subordinate of Xiao's grandfather. The 3 advancement flags he carried were a token of his loyalty. He introduced himself as Huang Yongchao, the 6th venerable transfer descendant. Xiao Beihan, eyeing him with a serious expression, told him that the flags were unnecessary. Instead, he suggested that if Huang Yongchao truly wished to prove his loyalty, he should assist him with a task. Tang Ying crossed her arms and stayed silent as Huang Yongchao, kneeling before Xiao Beihan, pledged his unwavering loyalty. Tang Ying watched with concern, realizing that Jiang would now have to handle the situation on his own. However, she hoped that Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao would be able to offer him some protection. Meanwhile, Luo Sandao had secured 2 advancement flags, which she now held in her hand. With a joyful smile, she closed her eyes and informed Jiang that she had just found them. She approached Jiang and placed the flags on the table. With one hand resting on his waist, Jiang calmly suggested they take the flags first, as he planned to explore another area. Luo Sandao placed both hands on the table and said they would help him search for the remaining flags together. Mu Hanqiu, standing beside her, crossed her arms and stayed silent. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air at high speed, heading straight toward them. Jiang quickly sensed the threat, placed his hand under the table, and warned them to be careful. Just before the arrow could reach them, Jiang hurled the table into the air with all his strength, intercepting the projectile. The impact was so forceful that the table exploded into splinters. Luo Sandao looked up in alarm, her face filled with panic and fear as she tried to comprehend what was happening. She swiftly took cover behind Jiang, gripping his arm with both hands while cautiously peering out to assess the situation. On high alert, Jiang demanded to know who was attacking and if they were trying to steal their flags. Meanwhile, Mu Hanqiu drew her 2 daggers, holding them firmly in both hands, and assumed a defensive stance. The attacker was revealed to be Huang Yongchao. He leapt into the air, drew his bow, and aimed directly at Jiang. As the arrow crackled with intense energy, he locked eyes with Jiang and declared that he wasn't interested in the flags. His sole intention was to take Jiang's life. With his gaze fixed and the arrow glowing even brighter, he readied himself to release the deadly projectile. They looked up and saw that the attacker was Huang Yongchao. They informed Jiang that he was a hidden profession known as the Extreme Archer of the Sun Chaser, ranked at level 39, with his father being a venerable of the 6th transfer. Huang Yongchao was a subordinate of Xiao from the Jiang Empire. Luo Sandao, uncertain if her eternal earth shield could withstand the attack, felt a wave of concern. With a steely gaze, Huang Yongchao fired the arrow. It hurtled towards them with immense speed, its blade expanding and glowing with energy. As the arrow closed in, Jiang took action. He instructed both of them to move aside, then leaped into the air, his eyes gleaming with resolve, and charged directly at the oncoming attack. He extended his hand, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist from his palm. With a fierce expression, he declared that while he could endure many things, an attempt on his life was unacceptable. If they sought to kill him, they shouldn't blame him for being merciless, as someone had to meet the old master's death quota. Luo Sandao, standing behind Jiang, instinctively clutched her chest in fear. Meanwhile, Mu Hanqiu, holding 2 daggers, looked at him with a surprised expression, wondering what he planned to do. Jiang unleashed Little Nine's poisonous mist, aiming it at Huang Yongchao to block the attack. The mist was so powerful that it not only blocked and shattered the attack, but also started advancing toward him. As Huang Yongchao hovered in the air, the poisonous mist drew closer. Holding his bow with one hand, he looked around, and upon noticing the poison, couldn't help but panic. He had been under the impression that Jiang had life-type abilities. With a look of terror, he urged the others to come out of hiding and attack together. However, before he could finish speaking, Little Nine's poisonous mist reached him, making contact and beginning to corrode his body. The mist tore him apart, causing him to scream in agony. As it expanded, the insects within the mist started to devour his body. His companions, gripped by fear, turned their backs on him and fled. They wanted no part in facing someone who had awakened the hidden poison class. If even a long-range shooter like Huang Yongchao couldn't handle him, those with close combat abilities stood even less of a chance. They felt fortunate to have escaped just in time, believing they would have been cannon fodder otherwise. Within seconds, the insects started consuming Huang Yongchao's body. Standing nearby, Jiang controlled the swarm. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Yang Guang and Gu Kaitian watched everything happening in the camp through surveillance cameras. Gu Kaitian observed Jiang's strength, impressed by his abilities. He couldn't help but praise Jiang, noting that he possessed not only the creation class, but also the poison class. Yang Guang, standing behind him, was left speechless. With a look of astonishment, he began to wonder how Jiang had managed to so quickly defeat a prodigy in the 2nd transformation stage. To him, Jang Chen was incredible. He couldn't understand why the Night Watch in Chuizheng City hadn't reported anything. As he pondered this, Gu Kaitian turned to him with a serious expression and instructed him to inform the others and bring some great masters of the spatial system, as this was an urgent situation. They needed to be ready for an emergency transfer at any moment to prevent Jiang from killing too many people. Hearing Gu Kaitian's command, Yang Guang snapped out of his trance and agreed, hurrying to inform the others. As he ran, he clenched his teeth with worry, determined to act quickly while the Elder's orders were still in place. He knew that if the prodigies truly started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Kaitian placed his hand under his chin and began observing Jiang. He then coughed to catch Yang Guang's attention. Yang Guang, hearing the sound, stopped running and turned around with a surprised expression, asking if there was a problem. Deep down, he wondered if the old man was having second thoughts about the situation. Guke Tian, still with his hand under his chin and staring at the ceiling with a distant gaze, instructed him to bring 10 third-level ferocious beasts. Gu Kaitian added that the beasts should be released separately and ordered the advance flag to be placed on each of them. Yang Guang turned, gave a military salute, and, with a confused expression, responded, "Understood." He couldn't help but be impressed by the old man's plan. By using the advance flag, they could direct the demons to fight for it, preventing harm to others in the process. Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan surrounded Wushuang, drawing their weapons and preparing to attack. Wushuang, in contrast, stood with his arms crossed. Bai Feng, who had been battling him for several minutes, was visibly exhausted. He rested his hand on his chest, where he bore a wound, and began to pant heavily. Wushuang glanced at them and reiterated that even if they combined their efforts, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. He questioned whether they truly wished for their own demise and taunted them, asking if they would take pride in winning a 1-on-3 fight. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword, causing the blade to radiate a fierce blue energy. He stared intently and explained that while winning with superior numbers was dishonorable, he couldn't avoid fighting opponents who were not dull. Just then, the loudspeaker blared to announce that Huang Yongchao had been eliminated by Jang Chen. The news shocked everyone, as they couldn't believe Jiang had made the first kill. Unlike the others, Wushuang remained composed. Xiao Beihan, his concern growing, reflected on Huang Yongchao's situation. Despite his average strength, Huang Yongchao had been competent and was in the second transformation stage. In a camp full of geniuses, Huang Yongchao, who was ranked among the top 50 and was far stronger than Xiao Yuanwu, had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. Even she, as an assassin, wouldn't have been able to take down Huang Yongchao so swiftly. Bai Feng looked up at the sky and, with a smile, concluded that the Tianjiao camp was brimming with hidden talents. Wushuang then raised a hand to his face, glanced at them, and with a smile, asked if they weren't going to face an expert like Jiang. They ignored him and readied themselves for another attack. However, just before they could strike, the camp announced that 10 third-level fierce beasts would be released, each carrying an advancement flag. Anyone who captured an advancement flag would earn additional points in the ranking. Everyone in the top 10 would receive a reward, with the first-place prize being 100 million. Hearing this, Xiao Beihan and the others quickly jumped back and moved away from the area. Wushuang, with his arms crossed, began to smile. As everyone dispersed, he stood still, thinking that the King of Celestial Sword had provided them with new toys. He found this acceptable and resolved to compete for and capture the blue flag. Meanwhile, Jiang glanced to the side, surprised to recall that they had just entered the camp and the first-place reward was already set at 100 million. To him, this prodigy camp seemed exceptionally generous. If he secured first place and claimed the rewards and resources, the insects would be able to reproduce more quickly. At that moment, something enormous began to plummet from the sky. Jiang, who was nearby, went on high alert, wondering what it could be. A giant mutant beast, resembling a wolf, fell from above. Luo Sandao, standing beside him, explained that the first fierce beast had fallen next to them. Jiang looked at the beast with a puzzled expression and realized it was a third-level beast. Nearby, Mu Hanqiu, in a panic, warned everyone to be cautious, noting that the beast's strength was comparable to a level 90 awakening. Gradually, the beast began to rise. Luo Sandao observed closely and noticed that it was in a state of paralysis. She asked if they should take advantage of the situation. As the beast slowly regained its footing and consciousness, Jiang moved forward, preparing to attack. His hands began to emit poisonous mist as he approached. He decided to seize the opportunity and asked the others to step back. Just as he was about to attack, a powerful slash came towards him. Reacting quickly, he jumped and dodged the strike at the last second. Confused, he wondered who had launched the unexpected attack. A few seconds later, he landed on the ground, clenched his fist tightly, and began to wonder what was going on. The attacker turned out to be Xiao Beihan, who was standing atop the beast's head, holding his sword in one hand. He stared at Jiang with a smile, thinking that not only had Jiang eliminated Huang Yongchao in an instant, but now he also had the audacity to try to claim the advance flag. Jiang extended his hand, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist, and challenged Xiao Beihan, saying that if he wanted to fight, they should stop talking. In response, Xiao Beihan leaped into the air and unleashed a technique called Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash, sending a powerful slash toward Jiang that began to destroy everything in its path. The attack clashed with Jiang's, dissipating the poisonous mist. Xiao Beihan landed on the beast's head, his sword radiating powerful energy. He mused that it was no surprise Jiang was so arrogant, given his hidden poison-type abilities. While the poison type was reputed to be difficult to manage, Xiao Beihan thought it was insignificant compared to the power of his sword's wind. Mu Hanqiu clasped her fist against her palm and with a serious expression thought that Jiang was in danger, as the wind could counter and defeat poison-type abilities. She believed they needed to assist him immediately. Luo Sandao, standing next to her, looked at her in surprise and explained that Jiang's poison was not ordinary. She cautioned that if they intervened, they might only cause more problems. Jiang assumed an offensive stance, his body enveloped in poison. Fixing Xiao Beihan with an intense gaze, he decided it was time to finish this. He unleashed the technique called Poisonous Mist Dragon, summoning a giant dragon made of poison. The dragon opened its mouth, ready to attack. Seeing its size, Xiao Beihan panicked, realizing this was serious. He knew he couldn't just stand by, so he gripped his sword tightly and ran his fingers along the blade. Realizing that a simple strike wouldn't disperse the poisonous mist, he decided to absorb it instead. The dragon opened its mouth, ready to strike. Xiao Beihan raised his sword toward the sky and used the forbidden spell technique, Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus, summoning a giant flower behind him. The flower started to absorb the poisoned dragon. He taunted Jiang, telling him to watch as the energy of his sword would consume all of the poisonous mist. Jiang's eyes gleamed as he smiled, questioning if Xiao Beihan was serious. With the sword energy blocking their view, it became even easier to consume. Little Nine appeared, closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and began to devour the flower that Xiao Beihan had created. To her, this sword energy was absolutely delicious. As a result, Jiang gained 2,000 devouring value. He observed Little Nine and realized she was consuming the entire flower. He raised his hand towards the sky, and in an instant, the flower created by Xiao Beihan shattered, releasing poisonous mist. The mist then surged towards Xiao Beihan, attacking him. The poisonous mist hurled Xiao Beihan backward, causing him to crash to the ground as he cried out in pain. Jiang clenched his fists tightly, and with Little Nine having absorbed the flower's energy, the poisoned dragon grew even larger and more formidable. As Xiao Beihan lay on the ground, clutching his sword with one hand, he struggled to believe what was happening. He couldn't fathom what kind of poison could nullify a sword's energy. As Jiang's poison dragon attack surged toward him, Xiao Beihan embraced himself and activated the life gem, generating a protective barrier around his body. Rising to his feet and gripping his sword, he observed that his poison couldn't penetrate the life gem's shield. He concluded that Jiang was doomed to fail. He observed Xiao Beihan and reflected on how the Xiao family always seemed to find second chances. However, he was concerned about the cameras scattered across the battlefield and couldn't afford to let the insects reveal their true form. Turning to Luo Sandao, he calmly asked if she could create an opaque earth shield to cover the entire area. She clenched her fists tightly and assured him she would give it a try. Raising her hands toward the sky, her energy surged upward as she activated the technique called Earth Shield. A protective barrier then formed around the area. Xiao Beihan looked up in confusion and asked what was happening. Luo Sandao, having expended a great deal of energy to create the shield, rested her hands on her knees, lowered her head, and began to pant heavily. Meanwhile, Jiang continued to release the poisonous mist from Little Nine. He turned to Xiao Beihan and asked if he could guess how Xiao Xuanwu had died.